evening, people. Good evening. I just came to the PC, sat down, and now we're here. Oh. I'm still waiting to see what we're getting in bundle this month. Masters of Seals. That there. No. We have a lot of these. Don't care. If we're going to level, we can do leveling and just grinding in that way, but honestly, can't be bothered. We are running... Okay. We are not touching the big space thingy. Enemies of Humanity. We have a Hulk over here. What?
A vigilant member of the Augur crew has detected a small Xenos vessel drifting through the void. The squad boarded the vessel without issue. The Xenos Juliet claims to have recognized the symbols on the dead Aldri's clothes.
Okay.
They were civilian refugees from Craftworld crew Darik. Charred ruins have been detected on the planet's surface. The burnt husk of an Imperial shuttle has been found in the heart of the ruins. The pilot's remains are badly damaged. It would seem the shuttle smashed into the building at full speed, causing the fire that destroyed it.
Believes the crew has found remains of a martyr who sacrificed himself to protect humanity from the threat of Xenos. She proposed to erect a
Hundreds of crew members disembark to honor the nameless hero, while many more remain on board to listen to a vox cast of the liturgy in the somber gloom of the decks. Even though the pilot's name is unknown, their sacrifice will be remembered in the hearts of the Imperium's true children.
We're actually out of all... Dreamless, okay. We need more security to get you. Okay. We're going this one. We can go either one of these. Doing that. I think security here is the one we want to go, honestly. But we're working our way down. That's still getting worked on. You are finished. Okay, Kiva Gamma is finished. Janus is also finished. Foulstone is finished. So we just have Dragoness and Weavers. That's positive. 8 plastic then.
All stations, report when manned and ready.
I think this is the best way of going at it. Okay. Oh, that's the only thing. Okay, that sucks. You do not like him, huh? He said that as I ate a torpedo to my face. There, I avoid torpedoes. Yep. That's a lot of torpedoes coming our way.
Fade into nothing.
Okay, we got that. Okay. Reload. Fuck. How many are just outside the range? I sit there. I have them in range, yeah. Don't have them in range anywhere else. Okay. So we're going here. I might actually be able to hit. It does. Nice.
The Emperor blessed us with victory this day.
We're doing good. Plan for today is pretty much just clear the systems and actually maybe do some of the new content. I want to see the new system up here. Igneous Coda. Where was it we got to know about Igneous Coda?
Since the very start of the warp jump, rumors of ill omens have been widespread among the Voidsmen, sudden deaths among the crew, ravaged corpses, jagged shadows lurking behind the bulkheads. A Terran day later, the mystery unraveled.
We're hunting rabbits. Oh no, chaos. Chaos. We're hunting chaos, not rabbits.
Over there! Victory awaits!
I'm restless.
Why is our hit chance so low? Or demolition chance so low? What's going on? That is a good question, why it's so low. Okay, got that. Good. That's set up. You know what? Let's throw another grenade on you. You're fully stacked. You have almost no gear on you, huh? Who's the asshat to remove all your gear? Base armor property item, 50 more agility. You have that one. That's pumping up your agility a fair bit as well. That's good. I don't think it's anything particular, but yeah. Commerce. Wonder wears regains 1+ AP per round when they fire shots from an arc rifle or use mag rail boost transonic wave. Okay. Over efficiency, can't really care about that. The wearer's non-attack psychic power costs -1 AP less during the first turn. We can actually earmark that one for Henrik's, actually. That sounds reasonable. Overseer. You are one persuading person, huh? And capes. Do we have a navigator cape? The Salad Cape. I almost feel bad putting that on you. Out of curiosity, so we have +2 burning toxic and stuff there. That's a back slot. Don't really have anything plus there. Shoes? We have that one plus burning. So if you light the fire and it's standing in the burning, you get more burns. Burning, okay. So you have 2, 5, 7 plus burning stacks we can actually throw together with what we have here. And then the inevitability gloves or inevitability chest piece. Whenever the wearer deals warp damage, okay, it's not going. I think that one is better. I might do a flamethrower character next time. Pyro, flamethrower, or something like that. That might be enough playthrough. I'm not done with this one, but still.
I better myself through my service.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Enemy is damaged by the every second turn. Navigating starts all turn, including extra turns with additional movement. Okay. Allies target on navigate power gain. Additional armor. Navigate power +1 additional damage for modify characteristics of the current. Okay.
I won't tolerate weakness.
The Emperor is with us!
Broken captives. Okay. Oh, it's this one.
Quick! Quick! Emperor, protect me!
Don't touch me!
I can't stand it!
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! I'll do it. God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Strike is a prayer. Doubt out is for the weak.
Emperor, protect me.
Emperor, give me strength.
Emperor,
Let's see
protect
how
me.
this goes. Not good enough, it seems.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
I have
And then we move away.
Military tactics.
Okay.
Never wavered in the face of adversity. Not a problem. Before my might, filthy. Already done. Something of interest. Suits my... Absolutely not. All too easy. Suits my purposes.
Stand my vengeance!
Already done. Didn't stand a chance.
Hey.
I'll bring glory to my bloodline. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
I shall not tribute to the undying Emperor.
It's just one left. Okay.
Curse her. You've got a problem, I've got a prize.
Really? You missed? Missed again. Okay.
I can do that with the right incentive.
Just take care of it.
I'm
Hey.
always ready.
Watch out.
It's about time.
Why is it 15% again?
The Emperor favors me today.
I don't understand. Why does it pop up at 15%? It's clearly not 15%. Everything goes to cargo here. Okay. I don't remember any of these places. Foulstone.
Lord Captain, we have received a report from Darganus. Some common folk from the now ruined Scipion 84 to 249 have succumbed to the heresy of defiance, forming into gangs known as the Engine Vandals.
Yep.
Despite your act of grace, rumor has it that the Foreman clan in charge of debris removal in the ruins of Scipion associates with these Vandals. We could pass on your words to the renegades via the Foreman, or force them to disclose the locations of the Riddle's nomadic camps.
What is this Foreman?
It is a union of workers and tech nomads who used to serve on the lower levels of Scipion. Small-scale shift bosses, useful common folk who have proved their worth with diligent labor and valuable knowledge. Of course, the Scipions keep to themselves, but the Foremen have not shown any signs of disloyalty.
How did they survive the wave?
It is a rather uncomfortable way of life, your lordship. They are always on the run from acid rains and hurricanes, keeping a decent distance from the hives if they do not plan on raiding at that moment. They get their food from abandoned outposts, paying for it with the lives of those killed by autonomous security systems. Water and promethium are rationed very strictly.
Okay.
They live by marauding, occasional hunting, and plundering, sometimes their own kin, and sometimes the outskirts of the hives.
Wish to hear what my advice
If the
has
Engine
to say.
Vandals have managed to tame the ancient machine spirits, then that means there are tech nomads or even tech priests among their ranks. That renders them negotiable. It would be efficient to utilize such renegades instead of disposing of them. a promise of reward for every piece of technology found in the wastelands of Darganus and returned to the dynasty will ensure their obedience and tractability. If you wish to exterminate them, Elantach, do not waste your time on hunting them down. Instead, deceive them into destroying each other. Tempt them with a prize, a weapon, or a trophy that they can fight over. After the Monkey are finished slicing each other up for the right to obtain it, your warriors will finish the deed. This tactic often proves effective against your kind. The aristocrats of Darganus despise them, but are also secretly afraid of them, correct? Renegades who can invoke such fear. I wonder, had there been such exiles in my house, would their presence have curbed the ambitions of my brothers and sisters? Would they have supported me in case of conflict? Bravo, Lady Cassia. Do not be ashamed of the unique abilities bestowed upon you by your heritage. They are your birthright. The web teaches to look for the enemy's vulnerability in what drives them. If the enemy is compelled to seek sustenance by attacking your domain, prepare a trap full of poisoned gifts. Let them eat and drink to their heart's content. The poison will weaken them. And then you will strike.
Wasteland twist. It's just a sword. It's just a sword. Lady Cassia. Give their aristocrats a real threat. Leaders of the Vandals, +1 security. Honestly, let's go with Lady Cassia.
I am still naive of even the basics of these games played by the powerful. But my intuition tells me that this is a winning strategy. A meeting with the leaders of the Engine Vandals was organized through the mediation of the Foreman clan. They have gladly accepted the dynasty's proposal to serve. Having received weapons and information, the Engine Vandals slaughtered several brash and troublesome aristocrats in a few successful raids, sowing fear and reliance on the rogue traders' protection. The roar of their engines was akin to the crack of a whip over the heads of frightened cattle.
We now have a fleet, a good one as well. And we're going this one. No question about it. Complacency. Books have been travel to the colony to determine. Okay, yeah. And you are soon done as well. Okay. Why is there blood on the? Did we? No, we haven't visited the system at all. Okay.
An unidentified object has been located in the system. The artifact reacts to our transmissions by releasing unknown radiation, most likely of Xeno origin, the cogs are reporting. If you want to get a closer look, we need to close the distance between the vessel and the object.
You're ignoring this for now.
At first it looked like the snowy and desolate planet was devoid of surprises, but the yellow and orange flickering of the lumens and the notifications from the Augur system.
Send the scouting party.
The explorers report the dismal condition of the settlement and its inhabitants. Their skin is translucent and pale, their icy blue eyes see practically no color, their language is rough and guttural, and their stomachs cannot tolerate anything except a stew made from local roots and mosses. And yet they are subjects of the Imperium, still. The local elders woefully reminisced about times long gone. Most of them were still sheltered in their mothers' wombs when snow first settled on the verdant fields. Hail ruined the crops and frost hardened the soil. Plants and large beasts that could not sustain themselves were the first to go. They were soon followed by birds and other small animals. Most people in large cities perished, unable to warm themselves and their families. They say the governor and his entourage left the world in the first days of winter, taking all the provisions and fuel with them. No one responded to the pleas from this dying world. The stars remained deaf to the messages transmitted by the planet's Vox stations. These abandoned subjects of the Imperium still managed to save the machines and other valuables, but they were of little use without a supply of promethium. And yet those who survived eventually adapted to the tribulations that the God Emperor had bestowed upon them.
We give the unfortunate get.
When the maw of the first generator belched forth a furious roar and black ash started falling from the sky instead of snow, the locals laughed and danced, trying to warm their limbs after decades of cold. They called down blessings upon their unseen savior, a rogue trader from the von Valancius dynasty, and thanked the God Emperor for the fortuitous encounter. The explorers' departure was accompanied by shouts of grateful approval, not to mention their many parting gifts.
Okay, so we got some basic stuff. Okay. Back to tapping everything we can. We're going more north now. We're not going to Foulstone. We're going here. Ignis Corda.
Permission to report. Your proctor has arrested my voidsman and is demanding his execution. A repeat offender, he says. Please do something, Lord Cap'n.
Who is the voidsman?
He's one of mine. Not as big of an idiot as the rest of the idlers. He understands the control systems, he can make sense of the readouts. Him, a repeat offender.
Bring the detained man to me immediately. I will personally interrogate him.
Consider it done, Lord Cap'n.
When in doubt, save. Yeah, that's good words, honestly.
Lord Captain, I beg you to look into this outrage. This cyber horror nearly chewed up my assistants, and one of them's been left without 2 of his fingers. Instead of calming his beast, the arbitrator attacked my crewmen.
Solomon waits for the end of the master helmsman's words and coolly turns to you.
His crewman is a wanted man, rogue traitor. He is accused of subverting sacred tithe shipments, smuggling, kidnapping the Imperium subjects, and bribing officials. Were we not on your flagship, I would have executed the heretic on the spot, but here, you are the authority, and you are the court.
Solomon, why are you certain that this is the man you're seeking?
Because I was personally involved in tracking down and purging the shadows of the Abyss crime syndicate to which the perpetrator belongs. The case was in Calixis, on the world of Helvica Prime, but for arbitrators, time and distance do not mitigate guilt. The man before you is the former captain of a smuggling ship owned by the syndicate. Check the heretic's left arm. Every syndicate member had a distinctive implant by which they recognized each other. It was that implant's signature that Glato picked up on during his patrols.
Ravenor, did you know about this?
If I went sticking my beak into the pasts of every one of the hundreds of people in the crew, I wouldn't have time to steer your ship. All I know is that when everything went to Grixit on Rykad Minories, this one oversaw the work at the docks so that the fools didn't trample each other to death in their panic. And later he ran into a friend at the port on footfall, and they found us some parts within a day. He's even got arms growing out of the right places. He might make it to junior helmsman, if he keeps it up.
How did a criminal from Calixis find his way onto my ship?
He was among the servants sent to you by Governor Medina.
Okay. Accused, do you have anything to say?
The long-haired voidsman flinches when you address him.
Your lordship, the governor of Helvica Prime was a scumbag who abhorred the light of the God Emperor, the things he did to the people under him. We only survived by stealing from him, or else we'd have ended up in a corpse pit, like 1 in 4 did after a distribution station accident. But once I'd got out of there, that was it, I was out of that business for good. And when I found myself in your service, I realized that it was a gift of fate, and I'd be a fool if I didn't repay such good fortune with my wholehearted toil.
I made my decision.
I await your orders.
The master helmsman shoots a look of naked dislike at Solomon.
Okay, full hands. Okay, that's a really good one. I gain a profit factor. Ravenar, this talented voidsman is your responsibility. Should he commit any misdeed henceforth, you will be answering for them.
Yes, Lord Captain.
Raver's disgruntled grimace momentarily dissipates.
Then this case is closed. With your permission, I will return to my duties.
Okay. We are now in a system that is new to me, I think. I have no memory of being here. So this is actually kind of cool, and I'm interested to see what's going to happen. Space battle, space dust. Cars. We're heading over here first. Giving hand to the Imperium. I think it's Imperium versus Chaos from the looks of the ships. So
Let us purge your enemies, rogue trader.
yeah, that's a lot of ships. A lot of Chaos ships. Oh, and they're ramming like crazy as well. Okay, that's not good. Okay, so sword frigate. Come on. Okay. We're switching to torpedoes. Ouch. Okay. We are just... Is going to be his turn next. Let's do that. And do that. Move one here, and then drop the last torpedo here for you.
Of humanity.
Nice. I get super nervous with those naval battles, especially when it's one of the big ships, because they can wreck you from time to time. They absolutely wreck you. So I'm just like, oh fuck. At the end of each turn, the most damage sector of shield restores up to 50% of strength. That sounds kind of cool. I don't know if it's actually going to be... I don't know if it's actually going to be really good. Each shield strength of each side of the flagship 20%. Wait, hull integrity plus 10 is just hull integrity, okay. But this one goes and pumps up all of my zones. Okay, yeah, no, we're doing that because that's sounds a lot better, honestly. Six shot, that's 120 damage. I want a long range one. I'm not gonna lie, I want a long range one. And let's do that as well. Yeah. Okay. Bulk of a minute. Whenever the user performs a single target attack against a target that is in free cell, they make a burst shot with this augment immediately dealing 5 damage. Okay, that is interesting.
The augurs have detected an unusual anomaly, a planet surrounded by a huge asteroid belt.
Reform a
The
detailed...
planet around which the asteroids are orbiting is incredibly radioactive. The closer the shuttles get to it, the more they will be irradiated. The only safe option is to gather anything useful that is far enough away from the exposed core of the ruptured planetary body.
Send a scouting party to investigate.
A short time later, scouts report a cavern-filled asteroid with a giant vein of valuable metal inside. It will be hauled to the flagship immediately. The tech priests serving on the shuttles do not recommend drawing any closer to the core. The death of pilots from radiation will inevitably lead to the irretrievable loss of sacred machines. Following your orders, the scouting teams move steadily closer to the planet. The reports become shorter and tenser. Radiation counters inside the shuttles are off the scale. One of the ships transmits an unusual signal to the control room. The pilot saw what appears to be an abandoned Imperial shuttle among the void debris. However, you cannot get close to it. The radiation is too strong. One by one, the scouting teams send their shuttles even closer to the planet core. Minutes later, contact ends with all of them. The scouting shuttles continue. Huge rings of varying hues drift slowly past the lancet windows of the captain's bridge.
Hey. Space dust. And... okay. Planet is clean, or system is clean. Moving on. Moving on to next system.
The ship's augurs registered an emission of unknown radiation in one of the chambers. The crew zealously carried out the rogue trader's order and put to death everyone marked with the fiendish, glimmering eyes. Only the Emperor's light may illuminate the path of his
Okay. First we'll repair it.
Lord Captain, our augurs detected a faint emergency signal. The source was traced to a crashed Valkyrie. Its Vox systems are still transmitting the message. Transferring the signal now. A stream of hissing crackles out of the Vox caster. From time to time, an exhausted male voice breaks through the interference, reciting a series of codes.
I recognize these numbers on memory from my old life. Trying to amplify their signal.
A prayer for the dying machine spirits grants them the fortitude for one final act, and the voice becomes clearer. Merith, Penal Legion. The one who requisitioned us. Siberian von Valancius is dead. We have no means of not found in orbit. We have been abandoned. God Emperor, have mercy. Claim us. Before the war. The Mayor of Penal Legion. Desperate thugs rounded up from the prisons of the hive world of Merith in Calixis and commanded by brutal officer wardens. You have heard tales of these regiments. They were requisitioned by Siberian, a crucial detail. It is another trace of your ancestor.
Recognize these numbers.
Although the codes being transmitted are centuries out of date, you are able to make sense of them. An Astra Militarum regiment is requesting assistance and reporting that retreat from their present position is impossible. The reconnaissance squad soon reports that they have located the crashed shuttle with a barely recognizable Astra Militarum insignia on the hull. After breaching the hull with Lascutters, the reconnaissance force discovers the skeleton of the lone pilot. Judging by his injuries, he died long before the crash. The extracted Vox recording is delivered aboard your flagship, where your servants manage to restore it. In it, Private Ruben Kroshovik reports that the 32nd Regiment of the Mayor of Penal Legion, requisitioned by Siberian, was left without a ship and supplies on GH-89-717 after the rogue trader's death. The message ends with the phrase, "Atonement for the One." Baffled by the presence of an Astra Militarum Penal Legionnaire on an ancient shuttle, your squad returns to the flagship. One thing is now clear, however. The world where Siberian drew his final breath is close at hand.
Okay. Don't mind if I do. I think we're going with the guild, yeah. We're going with the guild because just more grenades. The sword is meh. The cannon is meh. Imperial Navy rep, you could argue that is fairly good, but we're not in that much stress to do that. So we're getting ourselves a cannon. Or we're getting ourselves grenades. Warp guide, security, iconoclast. We need to figure out which one we want from these though. What are we with efficiency? Complacency. I think we are going with this one. This world looks fucked up.
Lord Captain, we have compared our augur readings to the data from the Darganus Cogitator. This world is GH89-717, mentioned in the diary of Siberian von Valancius. In the archives, this world is flagged as of no further value. What manner of classification is that? So long as a planet retains an atmosphere and at least a scrap of resources, such a write-off is a crime against the dynasty. Why, this is the very place that the unfortunate soul in the shuttle was trying to save. I fear that we will find nothing but a graveyard down on the surface. We have detected strange signals on the surface, Your Lordship. Requesting permission to conduct a targeted augur scan.
Direct augur scan at the region will...
Lord Captain, there are signs of human activity. The planet is inhabited, large concentrations of people detected. Human-made structures too, albeit crude ones. I rescind my words, Your Lordship. This world has just risen in value and gained some interesting prospects.
Whom are they? Prepare shuttle for landing.
By the time you reach the hangar, the shuttle has already been properly readied. A young pilot offers you a respectful bow and makes the sign of the Aquila in greeting. You proceed into the stifling passenger compartment that smells of sacred unguents and leather. The flight down to the planet proceeds as normal. This changes when the pilot announces atmospheric entry, beckoning your gaze toward the viewports. The shuttle glides through colossal roots and vines, which swathe the planet in a vast, quivering mantle. Spellbound, you watch the movement within the growths, before the pilot reports losing Vox contact, attempting an emergency landing. Hold fast, Your Lordship. God Emperor, have mercy upon us.
Okay. We are now here. You could argue that we don't have the strongest team with us, but we have a fairly strong team overall.
Your skull feels like it is about to split under the pressure. A heartbeat later, the agony ebbs, leaving behind only a haunting hum. It smothers your mind, stifling all reason and hindering your ability to think. Your gaze falls on the young pilot, who survived the crash and stumbled out of the wrecked shuttle after you. A wave of sickening fury suddenly swells within you. He is the one who lost control of the vessel. By willpower alone, you pull yourself together. The fury fades, sinking into the depths of your mind, leaving a lingering terror, an urge to flee, and the knowledge that such escape is impossible.
Did you have a chance to see what attacked us?
The pilot speaks through clenched teeth, fighting the urge to shout.
Movement on the port side, that's the last thing I saw, Lord Captain. Something massive, like a tree trunk. It was either thrown at the shuttle or it attacked us itself. An indigenous organism of such formidable size that it can assault Imperial machinery. This world promises to be a true treasure trove of discoveries. A fine observation, Nuncius.
He turns toward his silent companion, whose servo motors emit a phlegmatic buzz.
It could indeed be a specimen of either megafauna or megaflora.
What of the shuttle? Can it be repaired?
He casts a bleak glance at the shuttle.
I'm afraid not, Lord Captain. The ship requires recovery and the application of Adeptus Mechanicus repair sacraments. And those can only be done aboard the flagship. We need an evacuation.
Contact the flagship now.
The rage on the pilot's face gives way to a look of panic as he realizes how he has just behaved in the presence of the rogue trader. With a trembling hand, he reaches for the Vox augment on his head. After a moment, the man looks at you with hollow eyes.
Lord Captain, all channels are nothing but static. I don't understand why. Everything is functioning perfectly. It's as if something is jamming the frequency. We cannot contact the flagship. According to the charts, there is a settlement nearby. Perhaps the locals have a more powerful Vox unit?
Address the retinue. Does anyone feel anything odd, as if something is pressing onto your mind?
A peculiar pattern of acoustic waves. I have never encountered anything like this before.
Iogun appears utterly serene and even intrigued as he listens intently to something.
Infrasound alternating with ultrasound, and so naturally too. These frequencies are inaudible, rogue trader, yet they evoke a violent reaction from the deep-seated structures of the human brain. I would like to lay eyes on their source. A peculiar noise, yet one that leaves no psychic trace. I suspect that prolonged exposure could lead to emotional volatility. It would be wise to monitor one's own state of mind and not give in to rash impulses.
Argenta hurriedly whispers a litany, forming the aquila over her chest.
The righteous mind cannot be broken by the machinations of his enemies.
I thought it was a result of the impact, like a hum or some kind of high-pitched screeching. It's a struggle to think straight, to keep from losing it. My apologies, your lordship.
The pilot's face is sweating and shaking.
With your permission, Lord Captain, I'll remain here, in case the Vox starts working or an evacuation team arrives from the flagship.
Follow my lead. We must act. Not a problem for me.
Okay, more goods. No, we're going perception. Awareness. Weapon skill. Where's on you? Weapon skill. No, not weapon skill. Ballistic, we already maxed that. We're going agility. I would love for you to actually have intelligence as well. Toughness is it is then. Pinnacle weaponry. Two more stacks, yeah. Ballistic. Tech use. Logic? Logic. Weapon skill. And Silo lore.
None shall stand in my way.
Ouch.
Vengeance will be swift.
They say a little bit of humility never hurt anyone. I help others better themselves by wholeheartedly humiliating them at every step.
You're an asshole, you know that, right?
Not my specialty.
The buds of these plants look menacing.
I'm always ready. Nothing I can't do. Victory awaits. Doubt is for the weak.
Who even taught you to fight like this?
All too easy. Nothing I can't do. We must act.
The ancient buildings show signs of recent repairs. Endless, gargantuan roots sprawl all the way to the horizon. Something moves deep within them. Or could it be the plants themselves?
Old grenade. Creature.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Okay, that's not good.
I'll wipe you from the face of the galaxy!
Whip. Feeding. Okay.
Faith with execution can escape the Emperor's judgment.
I'll do it.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Ouch. Okay.
Not a problem for me. Nothing, there's nowhere to hide. Already done. Nothing I can't do. You didn't stand a chance.
We got Merovian Guardsmen. What do they have? They have... Oh, an interesting flamer. Okay. You have flamer. Flamer. And... Ooh, let's go.
All too easy.
Weapon at the ready.
Okay, good. And then there.
The machine spirits approve.
Chandler!
Okay, switching to that. Set up a weapon.
Doubt. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Utterly impossible. For the throne's glory. Naturally. I won't object to it. Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. I'd rather not. Victory is
Yes.
at your back and forth.
Break them around.
Stop hitting me, Ashmag.
Living on the edge.
Don't get too cocky.
That doesn't buff everyone. Okay, so it's only him who can do it that way. Fair enough. It's ridiculous, but I kind of love it.
I can do that with the right incentive. There, fight fair. Tell me, oh, you're no fun.
Stay vigilant.
Guided by faith. Faithless is why I was chosen. I am his will made manifest. Eradicated. As the Emperor commands, I act. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Okay, good. And we only have the thing over here left.
My tactics are flawless. Not a problem for me. already opposing me was your biggest mistake. Nothing I can't do.
Kick the flies.
Seeming to appear out of thin air, people approach you with caution. Every one of them is scarred and wearing some kind of uniform, and you notice that a few have crude prostheses made of bone and wood. Their eyes are fixed on you, noting your every move. A stocky blonde man steps forward, clad in a semblance of Astra Militarum armor made of tree bark. His burn-scarred face is frozen in an expression of surprise and slight bewilderment.
I never thought I'd have to say this, but state your rank, occupation, and reason for visiting this regiment's deployment.
The last words sound rehearsed and unfamiliar, as if he's using them for the very first time. Yet, upon hearing them, the people around you grip their weapons tighter, and the blonde man grows noticeably more confident.
Blood, present me.
The seneschal clears his throat and adjusts his uniform.
You are in the presence of his lordship Rogue Trader Shotgunius von Valancius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Coronis Expanse and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade.
The moment your name is spoken, a change ripples through the crowd. Some are struck with awe, others turn white as ghosts. The man in front of you makes the sign of the Aquila.
Sergeant Janner Batushski, 3rd Supply Platoon, 32nd Marif Regiment. We are pleased to welcome you to Zarkov, your lordship.
Janner stumbles slightly over these words, as if recalling their sound as he goes.
How did the Merovians get here? How did you manage to traverse them all?
Traverse what? We were born here. As for the details, you'd best take that up with the captain or the colonel.
Pleasure, Sergeant Batovsky.
It is both an honor and a joy, your lordship. We have waited so very long for your arrival. Truly, I never imagined I would see this day in my lifetime.
Something brought my shuttle down. I need assistance.
I'm no help to you there. You need to head to the cage. It's our camp and the biggest outpost on Zarkov. Our capital, I suppose, or whatever it is you call large settlements. We'll go ahead to report your arrival. Just follow the trail, you can't miss it. You need to meet with the colonel. About turn. To the regiment's quarters, march.
I tire of idleness, let's move.
Okay, so no loot. Too bad.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
You are surrounded by dozens of people dressed in what only vaguely resembles Astra Militarum uniform. Homespun cloth is overlaid with wooden plates, mimicking Imperial flak armor. These clothes are adorned with numerous trophies, pelts, bones, bark, and remnants of giant plants. The savages flaunt their scars and stumps, yet many are fitted with primitive prosthetics. From time to time, someone in the group bares their teeth like a beast, while others nervously grip their weapons.
Colonel Batushski, Permission to report?
Jana steps forward and gives a salute to the huge man, who looks at you sternly.
The 3rd Supply Platoon deployed on a mission and found survivors from the downed flying machine. The leader of the group identified himself as Rogue Trader von Valancius.
I am indeed Shotgunius von Valancius.
Colonel Batoshsky scowls at you. His bright green eyes are bloodshot and a low growl escapes through his teeth.
I am Colonel Izdrik Batoshsky, 32nd Mayor of Penal Regiment. I welcome you to the cage, heir of Sebe Ryan.
The woman standing beside him bawls, her single eye fixed on you. Her voice rings out, piercing the heavy buzz of the crowd.
Have you come to renew our oaths, your lordship?
Captain Quartermaster Dunosky.
Batoshsky snaps his head toward her, and for a moment you imagine you hear the gnashing of fangs, as if a wild beast disciplines a member of its pack. The woman snaps to attention and salutes.
Take a look at the crowd.
You notice some among the guardsmen cringing in pain, as if from a headache, or twitching. These people look deranged, ready to snap into violence or dance in delirious joy at any moment.
What oaths do you mean?
The Captain Quartermaster meets the Colonel's eyes and steps forward.
The 32nd Mayor of Penal Regiment was requisitioned centuries ago by rogue trader Sebe Ryan von Valancius. During an expedition to GH 89-717, which is now called Zarkov, the Lord Captain was lost in the routes. His retinue brought the final order, boarded the ship, and did not return. We have waited ever since. We have waited for you, your lordship.
Batoshsky's intense gaze presses against your chest with almost physical force.
The first call up. Our predecessors swore an oath of loyalty to your ancestor, heir of Sebe Ryan. We intend to fulfill it. One way or another.
Never heard of such a thing, Shireen. Must be something from those Ashmag's homeworld.
What is this final order you're speaking of?
To hold the line until the arrival of the dynastic fleet. As you can see, we have succeeded.
Your regiment serves O'Brien. Tell me what kind of man he was.
The greatest.
Dunosky declares in a voice filled with the most profound conviction.
We served your hallowed ancestor several centuries ago, Lord Heir. We honor him for his deeds, but no one living knows him as a person.
Something brought down my shuttle.
A predatory grin cracks across the Colonel's heavy features.
Some sort of huge, overgrown vine? That was the drover. That vile thing has the whole cage under siege.
Where did the drover come from? What is it?
And what does it look like? A vicious, colossal monster. It stretches its tendrils everywhere, trying to devour us. It's been this way for as long as I can remember.
Batoshsky's cheeks flush crimson, and he falls silent for a moment, waiting for the surge of rage to pass. When he speaks again, his voice is almost calm.
We are simple people. We need to know how to survive an encounter with the drover, not to understand where it came from.
Something is wrong here. Your people are sick, Colonel.
The Colonel grimaces and sweeps a furious gaze over his people. Under his glare, they flinch, straighten their backs, and nod.
No, not sick. Not really. We're hanging in there. We can't be broken.
It's the drover, your lordship. Its cry is inaudible but is like a weight pressing down on your mind. It causes pain, nightmares, and drives you mad. Anger, fear, anything is possible. If you give in, you lose control of yourself. Not long ago, one of us snapped and knifed a recruit just because he dropped his rations.
Actually, I came here following the trails of my ancestors, Serbian von Valancius.
Batoshsky tilts his head like a beast before a pounce, yet his voice is surprisingly low and calm.
Down below, beneath the outpost, lies his tomb. We don't go there, we don't want to disturb the memory of your ancestor. If you desire to visit the rogue trader, you are more than welcome. But the drover has entrenched itself right beside it, which means going there is certain death.
Argenta regards the soldier with a bitterness born of witnessing a wound beyond healing. Her voice is thick with solemn fatalism.
It is unbearable to see these soldiers afflicted by one of the most foul and contagious diseases imaginable, fear. Do not catch it yourself, Shotgunius.
Need to return to my flagship. Do you have a Vox station?
Batoshsky scratches his beard in thought.
The handbook says Vox stations, as you call them, are for interregimental communication. My grandfather said he saw the casing of the last one on this world, but the roots swallowed it long ago. So, we have no Vox station here.
My personal combit isn't working either. Normally the flagship can reach me, but now there's some kind of interference.
Our elders told us that, back when we still had communications, the channels would go dead whenever drovers were near. What was it they said? It puts the machine spirits to sleep, that's it?
So that means my goal is right under the nose of the drover, and while it's alive, I'm stuck here with no communication.
Quite right, heir of Sebe Ryan, quite right.
The colonel thoughtfully grinds his teeth while staring at you.
Since you wish to take your oath. Fine. I will put an end to this creature.
That would be a deed worthy of the true heir of Sebe Ryan von Valancius.
Dunorski's ringing voice makes Batoshski, standing beside her, wince.
Did you all hear that? Von Valancius is with us now. He will slay the drover, endure the trial match with the colonel, and accept our oath. The final order shall be fulfilled, just as was promised.
Wait just a moment. That wasn't... What is this? Trial match?
Regimental tradition, your lordship. To take command, one must best the existing commander in combat. And that man is Isdrig.
Fine, whatever. Just tell me where I can find the irritating creature. Very well. Let's...
Take the lift down. It'll put you right outside that thorny bastard's lair.
The colonel exhales heavily, the air hissing from his lungs. His green eyes, clouded by a veil of rage, rake over your face before suddenly softening.
If you want to throw your life away for nothing, I won't stop you, you can leave now. But if you have enough humility to take advice from a local, I'll be waiting for you at my quarters.
Captain Dunorski gives you a conspiratorial look.
Welcome to Zarkov, welcome to the cage. Please, your lordship, I would ask for a private audience.
The welcoming ceremony is over. Regiment, dismissed.
Following Batoshski's command, the soldiers seem to vanish into thin air. Yet dozens of wary eyes continue to track your every move.
No one has heard mention of the Merov Penal Legion in over 100
my head's
years.
killing me.
Even
Damn you,
the oldest
drover.
books in the Von Valancius library consider them a legend forgotten by history.
These crude dwellings resemble the shanties on the lower decks of the ship. Gunfire here is done in single shots only. Every bullet is precious.
None shall stand
A makeshift
in my
workbench designed for both handcrafting stubber rounds and carpentry. The makeshift hospital is a hive of activity. Here and there, the wounded moan through gritted teeth. A man wearing a chirurgeon's armband and a lieutenant's insignia stands at one bed examining a patient, while a young assistant with the rank of sergeant rushes about.
There is nothing we can do here now. I'm sorry, Jovaka, but your chances are slim. Jovaka taught half the regiment how to shoot. He's got God Emperor given talent as an instructor. Sergeant, this is part of our duty. If we make a futile attempt to save one doomed man, we will lose him and a dozen other soldiers we could have helped. Toughen up, Luka, I understand. Atonement for the one. Go and save some of the others. I'll just manage on my own. I don't want to be a burden.
What happened?
Drill Sergeant Onzej Jovaka was struck by one of the drover's maces. We sutured the wounds from the spikes, but he seems to have internal injuries. Given more time, we might find a way to help him.
This servant of the God Emperor fought with valor and utter devotion. Do not prolong his suffering. He has earned the Emperor's mercy for his loyalty.
Try saving the doomed man, Sergeant. A virgin? Will you assist?
You step back and wipe the sweat from your brow with the back of your blooded hand. The patient's chest rises and falls steadily, and though his life is not yet saved, he has at least some chance of surviving long enough to be operated on fully.
Thank you, thank you. Jovaka, he's like a father to a lot of us, you know? We owe him. And you.
The young sergeant falls into reflection.
My gran would tell me stories about the first call-up. It's believed that your ancestor used to say that even the doomed are worth saving, for their debt of gratitude leads to grand deeds. It's not our way to waste our efforts on lost causes, but now, thank you once again. The regiment will not forget what you have done.
Follow my lead!
You got your atonement, folks.
Within the fleshy walls of a plant, you can see the outline of a human body floating in some kind of fluid.
Okay, we were there, we talked to the chirurgeon.
The captain quartermaster tears her gaze away from the slab of fibrous meat before her. A black stone glints in her ruined eye socket.
It is good to see you, your lordship. By your leave, I would like to discuss the regiment's oaths with you. Look at told me what you did for Jovaka. You cannot imagine how important a drill sergeant is to the 32nd Regiment. Thank you. But I shouldn't bore you with expressions of our gratitude. What do you wish to discuss, your lordship?
Found a shuttle of one of the neighboring worlds. It contained a recorded message from the Moravian regiment.
She reverently makes the sign of the Aquila. With her prosthetic, the sight leaves quite an impression.
God Emperor, after so many centuries. Reuben Krashevak, the 32nd Regiment's greatest hero, whom we remember as the departed. He boarded the shuttle the first call-up had discovered and went to the stars with a plea for help. He knew he would die out there in the void, he only hoped that our plea would be heard.
Let me see if I understand this correctly. One segment of this planet's populace exhibits all the hallmarks of heresy and defiance, while the other is busy canonizing any soul that crosses their path. Saint's blood, this report is going to be problematic.
A grim amusement colors Heinrich's voice.
What? What is it you want to discuss regarding the oaths?
Our oath of loyalty, your lordship. When you return victorious from the Drover's lair, Istrigg is going to challenge you. I wanted to warn you. Colonel Badoshski will fight bitterly, and you should prepare well. I once saw him drench himself in promethium and set himself on fire before fighting 3 of the Drover shoots unarmed. He's a fearsome enemy.
And anyone other than Dabrowski swear the oath? Why would he want to fight me? You said it yourself, everything has already been decided.
And why do we praise the God Emperor even when all seems lost? Why do we struggle to survive even where we should surely perish? Because we have no choice but to fight against the inevitable. Istrigg will battle for the regiment even against the Emperor's angels. As the handbook states, the only thing a guardsman should fear is the failure to do their duty.
And you have any suggestions?
Walk around the cage, listen to the people. Work to understand us, and then you will know what to do in the trial match. I have faith in you, your lordship.
A half-mad smile, that of a true fanatic, touches Vidka's lips.
As I approached the camp, I heard a song.
You mean the hymn of the lost, Lord Captain? By it we live, and by it we die. If you want to learn anything about it, just ask. I know it by heart.
Its lyrics are not exactly cheerful. What is this tomb that you refer to?
Deep within the roots are Zeno's ruins. We do not venture there as a rule. It is a cursed place. A place of death.
Vidka's hand reflexively moves toward her missing eye, then she pulls it back.
There's a whole list of names within it.
Thus we honor our heroes. With each call-up, the song grows, line by line, name by name. It began with Sergeant Zarkov, the first commander to rise from the ranks of the common penal conscripts. We named this world in his honor. The greatest honor is to be enshrined in the lines of the hymn after death. You are most welcome, Lord Captain.
What is the connection between your regiment and my dynasty?
Your illustrious ancestor, Severian von Valancius, saved us from the terrible fate of obscurity and took the first call-up into his own service. He gave us good uniforms and weapons, and then there were the von Valancius gifts. Stories passed down from our ancestors tell of how the rogue traitor removed these gifts from his own body and offered them to soldiers who had proven themselves better than all the rest. These boons made them even stronger.
What do you know about the regiment's homeworld?
Marif is a world that has nothing but metal and throngs of people. Every one of them lives, serves, and dies in the name of the God Emperor. Our stories say the brother generals have turned their backs on his light, and now they do whatever they please to regiments like ours. I think some of those stories are exaggerated to strike fear into recruits. If we can serve the God Emperor among the stars, why concern ourselves with some brother generals?
What did you say he removed from his own body?
Augmetics, your lordship. In our songs, it is said your ancestor possessed so many gifts that he could share them with others. I don't know if this is true. But that the rogue trader supplied the entire regiment with prosthetics is certain. We continue his work as best we can.
Vidka demonstratively clenches her metal hand, which is tipped with claws of bone.
Do many people here support Podolsky?
Yes, your lordship. Your arrival is bound to bring change, and few people are fond of change. Some believe that rejoining the Imperium will lead to trouble because of the regiment's history. There are others, like myself, of course, who have no fear of meeting his servants, and we look forward to the day when we can return to serving humanity. These disagreements have never been anything more than a reason to chew the fat on patrol, but now, regardless, all of us will swear the oath, you can be sure of that. If anyone refuses, we'll grant them final atonement ourselves.
Argenta bestows upon the young woman a look brimming with genuine warmth.
I was taught that true faith is most easily witnessed in the hour of greatest trial. And here it stands before me. Years of deprivation have not robbed you of your faith in the God Emperor, and the imminent oath of loyalty to his anointed shall be a worthy reward for this feat of the spirit.
What can you tell me about Sarkov?
It is a world of terrors. Every living thing is trying to kill you, and if it doesn't succeed, it will certainly try again. The best thing we have here is our people. Zarkov has tempered us, prepared us for atonement and our oath, whereas the final order of your exalted ancestor gave us purpose.
Captain, what are those cocoons with bodies inside them?
Vidka draws herself up, clearly proud to share this with you.
That is our processing graveyard. A discovery of the third call-up. The saps and poisons of various native plants can work wonders upon the bodies of the fallen, provided the right substances are injected into the cocoon and it is left for the proper time. The skin we use as material for grips or clothing. The sinews for bows or cords. The secreted compounds serve as poisons, medicines, or for tanning. Everything is put to use.
The captain speaks with fervor, passion, a breathless intensity. Your eye, however, is involuntarily drawn to her leather satchel, upon which a crude tattoo is visible.
The funereal detachments are true geniuses, Lord Captain. I come from one myself, though now I serve as quartermaster. We honor our dead by sacrificing their bodies to the rest of the regiment. Every man and woman is prepared to give not only their life but their flesh after death, so that others might endure. If you need anything else, I will be here.
We should learn more about Sarkov.
Provide the commander with comprehensive intelligence appropriate to the situation, so states the handbook. If you need anything else, by the God Emperor's will, your lordship.
Those standing before you look utterly spent. Dark circles ring their eyes and their movements are jittery and frantic. Every sign speaks of people pushed to the very brink.
What is there to celebrate? Badoshsky speaks the truth. They'll take us all and toss us into the grinder as cannon fodder.
And what is there for us here? To chew on vine leaves and shake with fear? I would rather die for the glory of the God Emperor among the stars.
A soundless shriek lances through everything around you, setting your very eyes vibrating within their sockets. Fury, terror, and revulsion surge upward in a boiling tide from the depths of your consciousness. But the feelings break against the unyielding rock of your will. A woman with a bone plate over one eye draws a knife and moves to plunge it into the man standing opposite her.
This is mad than at once. We cannot afford such a waste of life.
Your words strike like a slap. The woman stares at her hands in horror, then casts the knife aside.
Forgive me, your lordship. The drover, that vile creature, thank you for bringing me to my senses.
The standard punishment for brawling is no less than 20 lashes for each participant.
The seneschal wipes away the blood trickling from his nose and continues, more quietly.
But under the present circumstances, I believe some leniency may be shown.
You'll have to forgive our people. They're simply afraid.
The woman makes to leave, then hesitates.
Listen, when you fight the colonel, try to strike him under the left ribs. A local beast got hold of him once, tore a rib clean out. He took that rib back and used it to stab the beast dead. Now he has a weak spot there. Thought it might help you.
Regimental priest. Prepare, cook. Open. Truly the God Emperor has a premium movie. Here's the person has opened. Okay. Attacks with plasma weapons gain Fear and Sanctum armor penetration. Attacks with bolter and solid weapon over penetration chance. Attack with las and flame. Dodge reduction. Armor. Attacks with chain and primitive weapons. Parry reduction. Attack force with power weapon. Deflection negation. Okay, wait.
A sheet of paper covered in tiny handwriting. I, Siberian von Valancius, the God Emperor's anointed one, his instrument in the coronus expanse and tamer of all things Xenos, commit these words to vellum, lest I be lost to the heart of this savage world. To Colonel Brestshkish, commander of 32nd Merov Regiment, I order the penal regiment to decamp and proceed to Darganus, to surrender to the authority of the next scion of the dynasty. Together with my heir they shall venture to the stars, serving as a blade and a shield to my successor. My retinue is to assist the colonel and expend every conceivable effort in the search for my heir. Further instructions shall be left in locations separately agreed upon with the parties concerned.
Oh, okay.
Ancient non-functional augmentations have clearly become objects of reverence.
Okay. So we talk with that. We have Drill Sergeant over here. Okay, let's go and talk to the Drill Sergeant and company over here then.
Victory awaits!
A large collection of crude aquilus made from bark, wood, and bone lie before the sergeant. Each varies slightly from the next, however. Some clutch an Astra Militarum sigil in their talons, others have the number 32 carved into their wings, while another group have one head depicted as a mechanical bird skull.
Is there something you wanted, your lordship?
I found a cocoon made out of leaves and what appears to be human corpses
That's
inside.
right.
Noticing the confusion on your face, Jana continues.
That's our cemetery. Even a human corpse is a resource and object of value for us. We inject certain poisons and other extracts into the leaf shrouds to produce something good. Nutrient paste, camouflage ointment, glue, lots of things. So, the people who serve in the funereal detachments are some of our most respected experts. They're even willing to risk their own hides to return a fallen soldier's body to the regiment. It's our means of survival.
You're enjoying making these things.
Yes, your lordship. I carve things for myself and for the fellows, and sometimes I take commissions. Toys for volunteers, medals for awards, pieces to put on gun stocks. Sometimes I help with prosthetics. But I also do it for the pleasure of the thing.
Argenta pulls off her glove before picking up an unfinished wooden figurine of a soldier, as if afraid of damaging it. She turns the toy over in her hands, her brow furrowed in concentration, then suddenly grins.
Carve a smile upon his face, master craftsman. Let the children know that a soldier must be stern toward his enemies yet merciful toward those he protects. Just as you are toward these little ones.
I'd like to know more about the drover.
The drover is an ancient creature. Maybe there's more than one. Every once in a while, the damn thing comes out and starts shrieking, making us deranged. Who knows why it does it, but what we do know is that it's slowly driving everyone mad. Some people panic, some people get angry. It's different for everyone. Dunoski has ear protection, but they're the only pair, so they're no salvation.
Will you tell me about the second?
Of course. You'll be our commander soon enough, so it's only right that you should know.
Can you tell me anything about Merrill?
Only from the stories of the old call UPS. People there are nothing but property. And minor mistakes are grounds for imprisonment. Our regiment was once formed from such unfortunate souls. In short, it's a cursed place abandoned by the God Emperor.
Tell me about Sarkov.
It's our home, your lordship. Everything here is either poisonous, predatory, or fragile. In short, anything that isn't trying to kill you is only pretending to be safe. But you get used to it. And then you learn how to use it. Poisonous? Then you can use it for medicine. Predatory? Means it's edible. Hard to kill? You can probably use its skin for armor.
Patowski and Duansky are senior officers here.
They're commanders, not officers. There's a difference. My uncle, the colonel, has been in charge of the regiment for over 10 seasons. You won't find anyone on Zarkov who is more decent or tougher than him. I once saw him covering a retreat for the wounded. 3 suckers from a mace latched onto him, but he didn't even blink until he got the wounded soldier to the cage. They say the suckers just shriveled up and died later. Captain Quartermaster Dunosky is the colonel's right hand. She's in charge of supplies, which makes her my immediate commander. She is a good sort, just a little bit, well, out there.
Jana makes a vague gesture near his head.
She believes that, now you've arrived, our lives will change overnight. Everything will get sorted and we'll head for the stars with you. That will get our atonement, even start eating off real plates. It used to sound like Commissar Claptrap, but now, I don't know. I'd rather stick to my uncle's ways.
You disagree with Captain Duansky?
I'm with Colonel Badoshsky on this, your lordship. There's nothing for us out there in the stars. We were born here, and we must die here. The songs say our regiment used to serve as cover for the cleaner regiments and rot in the mud for them too. Here on Zarkov, at least I know who and what I'm fighting for.
So, you're direct commander with Duansky, but you're a supporter of Patowski.
Atonement for the one is a complicated thing. I do what needs to be done. And I have no complaints about Vidka. Before your arrival, all this was just an excuse to babble. Besides, Driggs my uncle. He raised me after my parents died. Turning on him would be as bad as what the brother generals did. Yes, your lordship.
What does your platoon do?
Well, officially we're a supply platoon. That is, we gather the resources that the cage needs to survive. And each of us has to have some special skill. Like knowing about poisons, making ammo, or recharging power packs for lost weapons. We're supply troops and that means we're the best of the best.
How do you manage to manufacture ammunition in such conditions?
There are these explosive flowers around here. Their pollen works as a substitute for, how do you call it? Viceline. You've got to recite a litany of fury over it and then mix it with some other things. We carve bullets out of bark and bones, either from our own dead or some huge creatures. It's trickier with shell casings, but sometimes you bore a hole through wood nice and clean. It depends on whether you recited the litany of fervent labor correctly or not. If you get it wrong, then the bullets tend to misfire, or even explode in the barrel.
For the casings, you could use something like that burns easily but holds its shape. I think I saw some kind of coarse paper around here.
That's a great idea, your lordship. The casing will burn on its own as long as you clean the barrel once in a while. When we have time, we'll do some tests. Maybe the Captain Quartermaster was right, we should find new ways to serve the God Emperor, instead of just clinging to the old ones.
Why would supply troops need to know about poison?
Plenty of poisonous menaces growing around here. But, your lordship, poisons can be used as softening agents, medicine, and all sorts of useful things. And if you mix it right, you can even make sleep water. Sometimes we need it bad, especially after a rough few days in the roots.
Sleep water. You know, Shireen, a draft that helps one forget one's terrors at night regardless of the horrors suffered during the day could have a grand future as an export to other worlds of the Imperium.
Is it hard to recharge power packs?
Well, maybe it's easy for you. You probably have some charging things back where you're from, but we don't have anything like that. But you can throw a battery on a fire. There's even a proper name for the ritual, but I can't remember it. The problem is that sometimes the battery just explodes.
Yeah.
It's risky, and the right ruins them eventually anyway. So, the ones who know exactly where to put it in the fire and how long to let it burn, they're valuable soldiers.
Thank you for telling me all this.
This is how we survive. Stay vigilant, your lordship.
Okay, Sergeant.
The shooting range extends before you. Supervised by a massive man whose leg has been replaced with a construction of wood and bone, a few Meravians are firing at targets.
Your lordship, God Emperor preserve me. You've honored us with your visit. Junior Drill Sergeant Dankosh, I am ready to assist you, your lordship.
The firing stops as the soldiers turn and look your way. You are getting accustomed to frightened and inspired looks on these faces.
Look closely at the trained
They
soldier.
are all fit and strong, which is not surprising. Young and old, male and female, every one of them looks like they stepped straight out of an Astra Militarum propaganda poster. Their movements and stances look peculiar. Then you realize, there is simply no flat terrain anywhere on the planet. Even the massive roots are covered in lumpy bark. The Meravians' odd gait and slightly stooped posture are products of their constant effort to maintain their balance.
Carrie, do you have a spare?
What? Why you wish to join us? But of course, Lord Captain. You do us a great honor. You lot, clear out. Make room for his lordship.
Encouraged by your attention, Dankosh launches into a thorough explanation of shooting in Zakovian conditions. It is striking how much aptitude for instruction this near-feral fighter from a forsaken world displays. As you put 5 shots exactly on target in a row, the surrounding Meravians erupt in cheers of approval.
We call it the snap strike, Lord Captain. It's not about shooting or stabbing where the target is, but where it's going to be.
Carry on.
It is an honor to meet with you personally, Lord Captain.
When you leave the shooting range, your departure is accompanied by respectful nods, shouts, and even friendly pats on the shoulder. It seems you have won over some of the Meravians.
We talked there, we talked there, we talked there. That's where we need to go, I guess. Up here. Let's have a look over here.
There's just this bitter ooze trickling out. The drought, I suppose. This structure collects moisture from plants, which later drains into the tank. Judging by the drover's chutes, this creature cannot have formed spontaneously. Thousands of years ago, someone must have interfered in its development, guiding it in the right direction. Batoshsky watches you like a predator on the hunt. With a heavy sigh, he pulls himself together and crosses his powerful arms across his chest.
Let's get one thing straight, Lord Air. You're here to subvert our ways. Take us to the stars. That's been foretold, but that doesn't mean I have to like it.
This last statement ends in a deep, guttural growl. Isdreig leans forward, as if ready to pounce, but makes no move to.
I heard you saved Drill Sergeant Jovaka's life.
Isdreig is silent for a while and then nods slightly.
Thank you. Now, then. Was there something you wanted to discuss?
You dislike me so much. Why did you even bother helping me? I opened Zebra's stasis container. It is his logs. His logs were inside, and within them orders for your regiment.
With all due respect to your most holy ancestor, his orders are of little use now. Keep them, after all, it is your legacy.
If you dislike me so much, why did you even bother helping me?
Because you're going out there to kill the drover. If you pull it off, its death will be a gift to the entire regiment. If you die, but my advice helps you wound it first, then at least we'll have a chance to finish it off later.
We found a shuttle in the system. It contained recording of a distress signal, and it came from the regiment.
The colonel nods thoughtfully, shrugging his shoulders.
In the first call-up's second decade, our ancestors found a flying machine somewhere. They decided they needed to make their presence known. So one soldier got in it and flew off to transmit a distress signal. No one ever heard from him again. His name, Ruben Koroshkavuk, is written on the memorial wall.
I genuinely this design of a character is just amazing in my opinion. I wish you know about the drover.
That thing is ancient and huge. My great-grandfather saw it in the roots way back. We've known about it for ages, but this is the first time it got this close.
The humming noise, the pain comes and goes. Is it the result of its cry?
Batoshsky silently claps his hands twice, applauding your quick wit.
What should I expect from it?
It keeps its weak spot out of sight among the roots. And it's almost impossible to get there, unless you make it angry enough that it comes out. So first you'll have to deal with its armored shoots. There are different kinds of them and we've given them different names based on how they act. Barricades, maces, growths, and flowers.
Tell me about maces.
Janner tells me you've seen them already. You'll recognize it at once. It's a long vine with thorns on the end.
The colonel bears several ugly scars on his arm.
It carves you up deep. You'll bleed to death before you can blink. The creature can also spit its sucker at you. One slip up and you're a shriveled husk. If you manage to hack it up good, it'll try to dive back into the roots to regrow elsewhere. But there's a trick to it. Catch it with a burst of fire, and the mace loses its nerve and stays put.
Barricade. Doesn't sound very apt.
They're not dangerous in themselves, but the drover uses them to block a path. They're thick and dense. Watch yourself when you're smashing them, they're bristling with thorns. Strike it the wrong way and you're sure to get skewered. And you have to hurry, any cuts in it heal quickly.
Isdreek holds out his palm, displaying a scar from a wound that went right through. Clearly the work of one of those thorns.
What are growths?
Like a bunch of abscesses, they are. They ripen right on the roots, then a swarm of carnivorous midges bursts out. Smash the growth early, otherwise more of the bastards will hatch.
A web of small bites on the man's shoulders alludes to the size of the insects.
Flowers. So harmless enough. Deceptively so, I assume.
Batoshsky smirks, bearing a shin hideously scarred by an acid burn.
It spits globs of caustic sap. Anything they hit gets sizzled. It also sprays pollen for some reason. It seems harmless though. But if you see a flower dissolve into a puddle of acid, don't think it's safe for a second, it's just another trick. Wait a little while and that flower will be back up again.
You said the shoots are armored?
The drover inserts its growths and maces into old bones and wears them like we wear clothes or armor. But there's a trick to it. Fire makes the drover tremble. And that makes the growths either break their armor or shake it off.
Isdreek makes a dismissive motion with his hand, then scoffs.
And no, I didn't get any scars from the armor.
How do I kill the creature?
As I said, the drover itself hides in a tangle of roots. It will only come out if you chop down a whole bunch of its shoots. But here's the thing. No one's ever been able to kill it. Usually, it just runs away. But we don't have weapons like yours.
So it fears fire. Don't you have an incendiary weapon?
The colonel fixes you with a fierce glare, but nonetheless unclips a pair of hand flamers from his belt.
Here, weapons of the first call up. Rare and precious. When your time comes, detonate them before you die.
Thank you.
He simply grunts in response.
It costs me nothing to give it.
You fought it then?
A long time ago. I'd just become colonel. Out it came, not very close, but still close enough to be a problem. It almost gobbled up one of the outposts. My father and I took a squad and went out to attack it. They all perished and my father took our remaining grenades and leapt into the drover's maw. The beast ate its fill and slunk away. I should have found my atonement there, but I made it out. If I hadn't been exposed to so much of its poison as a child, I would have died there.
What is this thing anyway? Where did it come from?
Who knows? It's not really a beast, more of a weed, though it shows more wit than your average recruit, in the way it uses bones, and how it's always popping up here and there. We've even got legends about this thing.
Is there any way to prepare myself for its poisons?
The colonel raises an eyebrow and looks at you with grim amusement.
We prepare while we're still recruits, but you can try the rot extract. But it'll be really foul. Even if you don't give your soul to the God Emperor, your body still might not adapt.
What is the rot extract?
We brew it up from those killed by the drover's poison. If you're not so badly poisoned that you die or wish you'd died, then for a while all kinds of poisons won't be any more dangerous to you than water, if.
Fuck. Accept the route extract. Very well, it's worth the risk.
Batoshsky nods and barks out a few orders. The sergeant chirurgeon soon appears with a flask and a cup bearing the crest of the Astra Militarum. After waiting for the colonel's nod, he pours the contents of the flask into the cup. The heavy odor of rot permeates the air.
Well, your lordship, not having second thoughts, are you?
Raise the cup, drinking its content. You know, it's not normal to give a toast first. Okay, no, we're just
Almost
drinking.
instantly, liquid flame spreads throughout your body. Pain pierces every nerve, and begins to slowly recede as your body adapts. A large tremor hits you, and sweat instantly soaks through your clothes.
You're not dead, at least, my lord heir. That's a start. I have to give you credit for courage, and that's not some commissar claptrap.
Thank you for sharing the information.
Whatever you may think of me, I won't send someone to be butchered just for a laugh.
I have questions regarding your world.
HM.
In the colonel's grumbling, you think you catch a hint of approval.
Tell me about the 32nd Penal Regiment.
What exactly do you want to know?
If you were cut off from command here, how are ranks appointed?
In the first call-up, the rank of colonel was a lifetime post. He granted all other promotions and demotions unilaterally. The rank passed to his son, then to his grandson, who turned out to be a weakling. The other slit his throat, and the strongest and most cunning of them took the colonel's position. He set the rule that if you want a promotion, you prove your worth. You fight the trial match against others with the same ambition. It's the same for every rank. If you're aiming to become sergeant, you head into the roots with the other candidates. If you make it back, you've earned the rank.
So how did you become a colonel?
Yes.
Too?
Only we didn't go into the roots. We settled it all right there in the cage. 6 of us went out to fight. I was the only one left. If they all hadn't swarmed me, I might have spared someone.
Other men. Not the worst way to take power, I suppose. Less destructive than a rebellion, at least.
That's what I'm saying. A rebellion endangers many, but the trial match is atonement for the one.
Tell me of the Merov Regiment, Colonel.
A lot's been forgotten. It's not like our regiment is mentioned somewhere in the handbook, if you catch my meaning.
Isdreek digs a hand into his beard, abruptly yanking out a wriggling stalk.
We came from Merov. It's the kind of place where the brother generals are constantly looking for an excuse to snatch you up and throw you into a penal legion. Breathe the wrong way or say the wrong thing. Welcome to the service. As the stories go, there were plenty of these brother generals. More than enough to claim every decent soul. They treated their troops like toy soldiers, wasting their lives for sport instead of the God Emperor's cause. Occasionally they sent them to the stars, but of course it was just to serve as shields for other regiments. The first call-up, our ancestors, was made up of just such unfortunate lads who ended up in the brothers' hands.
What is your connection to my dynasty?
An expedition.
Batoshsky grins crookedly as he says it.
The first call-up was requisitioned by Seberian von Valancius. I don't think they complained, better than serving as human shields for other regiments. Your ancestor was a great man. Our songs still carry the tales of our campaigns at his side. Then we were stranded here. The rogue traitor vanished into the roots, leaving us with the final order, hold this world. And hold it we did.
What exceptional loyalty to a final order. Exceptional both in its persistence and in its futility.
Jay gives a humorless smile and looks away.
Okay.
Batoshsky only grunts wordlessly by way of reply.
Why not hand over the regiment? I want to know more about Sarkov.
This is our home. Bitter, wild, and deadly. Just like us.
I agree, the environment isn't exactly welcoming.
Huge creatures of some kind once inhabited this world, but they all died out. The roots shot up after that. We often find a skull right in the middle of a root, or a vertebra the size of 3 men. It's clear as day, the roots had grown right through them. There are virtually no animals, but every type of plant life imaginable. And all of them try to kill humans. The drover is just another tree, or a flower, but the nastiest of them. There are also some ruins, not made by human hands. We rarely go there. A decent man has no business in such a place. Ask Dunosky. When she was up for her promotion to Captain Quartermaster, she led an expedition to those ruins.
Colonel, I heard A song, as I probably...
It was Hymn of the Lost, the song of the old call UPS. It holds the answer to why we're here and what we're meant for. It's how we remember the fallen and warn the living. And as for the tomb, well, that's just a local horror story.
Batoshsky only grunts wordlessly by way of reply.
Wasn't my intention, but as you wish.
Batoshsky mutters sourly in reply, then stares after you as you walk away.
Stand in my way.
Hey,
Captain Dunorski sets aside a freshly removed stretch of skin and salutes you.
Your lordship, how can I be of service?
Jenner told me you possess some sort of defense against the drover's crime.
Yes, your lordship, sound dampening ear mufflers. The handbook says they're designed for box operators, but we've found a different use for them. They help us against the drover's cry, though they don't work well for long, they only delay the effects. Sometimes we put them on the more restless folks, to ease their suffering.
You may keep your ear mufflers. I shall do without...
You were checking our combat readiness. A superior officer may conduct an unplanned inspection of the guardsman's uniform and equipment at any time. Now I understand what that line from the handbook meant.
I opened Sir Brian's stasis container. His log were inside and within them ordered for your regiment.
Vidka reaches out a hand, then sharply shakes her head and lets it fall.
As the God Emperor is my witness, I very much wish to read those logs. But let us leave them with you until the oath-taking. I suspect they will serve you well during the swearing of the oaths. Provide the commander with comprehensive intelligence appropriate to the situation, so states the handbook.
Colonel said something about Xenos ruins deep in the roots.
Vidka pales, bringing her flesh and blood hand to her missing eye. The black stone within the socket seems to shift, ever so slightly.
Yes, your lordship. I was young and eager to prove my valor and fearlessness, during the trial match for the rank of Captain Quartermaster. I took a large quantity of explosive pollen and went to those ruins. I intended to blow them up, to show my daring and that we feared no Xenos. I blew them up, all right, only a shard of black stone took my eye in return. I tried to dig it out, but could not. Neither knife nor needle would do it. I grew used to it in time.
Dunorski speaks of it matter-of-factly, but you now understand that the scars around her eye socket were mostly self-inflicted.
If you need anything else, by the God Emperor's will, your lordship.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Your arrival is a sign from above. Of this I am certain.
Okay. We have talked to every person here, done everything we can, and now we're...
The drover's growths recede into the gloom of the roots.
We're heading down to kill ourselves. A drover. That looks like ruins. Imperial ruins.
Your lordship.
You turn around to see the Captain Quartermaster catching up to you. Dunorski comes to a halt in front of you, stands to attention, and salutes.
Captain Quartermaster Dunorski reporting for duty. I am here to serve as reinforcement. What is...
The cracking of twigs heralds the approach of people. Janna appears just as suddenly as the first time you met. Apparently, the sound that gave him away must have been his version of a polite warning.
What a surprise, Captain Quartermaster. I got orders from Colonel Batoshsky to assist his lordship. He didn't mention you.
Since you brought it up, Sergeant, the handbook does not obligate me to report my actions to you. And as your direct superior, I did not give you leave to join his lordship's operation.
Captain, Sergeant, both of you get back to camp. That's what I kind of want to say, honestly. Captain, what brings you by?
According to the handbook, my primary duty as a guardsman is to aid the God Emperor's faithful servants in the struggle against the enemies of humanity, and to preserve the life of a superior even at the cost of my own. And you are to be our commander, after all.
Why would the colonel decide to send reinforcements?
You did right by us in the cage and showed what you are made of. I reckon the old man believes you actually stand a chance against the creature. Must have earned a bit of his respect, I suppose.
Jan Hurst secure. Nice.
That's why he said he needed volunteers to support your lordship. So, here we stand.
Captain, Sergeant, both of you go back to camp.
Negative, your lordship. The order came from the colonel, and you are not, as of yet, our commander.
Vidka only presses her lips tighter.
Your lordship, I cannot. It would be a transgression against the God Emperor if I did not protect you in battle.
I bet a warrant of trade. Rogue trader shotgunners. Oh. The cage need you both. What happened to you is the fault of my dynasty. It's time to atone for the wrongs committed by my ancestors.
Jana gives Dunorski a long look. Finally, the two of them nod to each other.
Atonement for the one, your lordship. We understand.
Without uttering another word, the captain quartermaster turns around and walks off in the direction of the settlement.
So we have that.
Doubt is for the weak.
Let's do a bit of prepping then. I don't have the flamer for you. But so we are actually in a really interesting situation. Should I actually... No, I'm keeping the bolter. Throw that on. That's 2 more flame stacks on it. What more did we have? We have that for the back. Yep. Yep. That's what we're rolling with, I think. We don't have anything more interesting we can put in this slot. If the wares did not move temporarily, okay, fair enough. That is not something super interesting for us. You, on the other hand, is getting... You are getting this one. Yep. Weapon skill and strength, yep. I have 10 plus strength here. So, and you are getting filled with yeah. Still don't have any gloves, huh? You can't equip flaming weapons. No, you cannot. Okay. Moment. No, I can't do that in that way. Veil degradation. Oh, I gotta love that look, honestly, but yeah. We're sticking with it because I just find it really funny. And we don't have anything that is going to apply that in the same effect. We're sticking with you as well. Would be hilarious to put the flamer and go damage over time build with you. I don't think it's going to go that well though, but it's still hilarious. Okay. Did we get a new shield for you? Yes, we're going to throw on 25. Yeah, more block. More block. It doesn't have deflection on it, but it has more block rate than anything else we have, except Abelard's one. But yeah. And we can actually yeah, I'm tempted to go for that one. Just beef up you even more. Yeah, we're going this way. Everyone has flame grenades. Everyone has flame grenades. Okay. And for you, whenever it relays a psychic core, it gains. Okay. If the Cyber Raven is adjacent to 2 or more creased, it psychic relays through the Cyber Raven. Calculate. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we have pretty much I don't remember what they said the flower did, but it was not anything nice, that's for sure.
Smite the Xenos!
Okay. Battle has started. Shotgunners goes first. It's going to be there. Avalon is going to be there.
Okay, now I'm really...
Okay, Drover has that much HP. Okay.
I don't have time for this. I'll pass. Suits my purposes. All too there's nowhere to hide.
Okay.
I shall not fear. Absolutely not.
Okay, it's the mace there, and then the mace there. And it's her. You know what? I'm just going to do this.
Not a problem for me.
For the simple fact that that stacks another one of versatility up here, and that means I'm dealing more damage. The flower. Why can't I use this?
Watch my back.
Okay.
I can do that with the right incentive. Don't get too cocky.
It just takes poison damage. Okay, fair enough. Mace, Drover, Grove. That, and that's... okay, yeah.
Pain cleanses the body.
I won't die here.
And have that going on. Okay. It's Abelard and Hendrix. Okay, yeah, no, we can just do this.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
I know it's
My Emperor.
slow to stacking it up. You're halfway there now.
I'll do it. Doubt is for the...
I'll do it.
Only 14 damage. Okay, fair enough.
A tactically sound approach. It will be done. I will do my duty. At your beck and call.
Okay, that actually heals a tiny bit, right? I want to use that. I want to use that.
I won't object to it. Go on, beast. Naturally.
Okay, good.
not sanctioned to do this. Let's see to it.
The motive force shields me.
Oh, can you hit with this? You can't. Okay, you don't have vision.
Assess and act tech assistant. My creation, your assistance is required.
Nothing? Nothing of value has been lost.
Yep. I'm taking the risk for it.
Suits my purposes.
Well, that one is next. Okay.
This battlefield air is good for my lungs. I can do that with the right incentive. I know what I'm doing, usually.
Okay, we're just spraying this down.
Don't let it fight things. I can do that with the right incentive.
Or you don't stand a chance!
Let's get a reload. You know what?
Nothing I can't do.
Should not be sleeping on this guy.
Suits my... Ah! Another clean strike!
Okay, good. Shriek. What does that actually do? Okay. And another one, I guess. Okay. Dodged. Okay, good.
Rejoice in battle! Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it.
Nice. I still need to get this up so we actually can get more free abilities. But that one has free health left. Okay. You're not in a good spot, that's for sure.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. Indeed. Victory is imminent. It will be done. At your beck and call.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Okay.
Your turn.
Don't have that much.
I won't object to it.
Okay, you're still alive. 1 HP. That has almost no health left.
A valiant work could not find much.
Nice. So, growth.
Let's see how they respond to this. Housing me was your biggest mistake. Nothing I can't do. Suits my purposes. Never wavered in the face of adversity. Already done. Nothing of value has been lost. All too easy. Not a problem for me.
Oh, no. We are going this guy.
Nothing.
It keeps hurting this guy every time you kill something.
Living on the edge. Am I getting... I want a medal for that one.
Okay.
I'm enraged.
It's a lot easier to kill everything around, it seems, to deal damage to him than actually go for him specifically.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. As the Emperor, each strike is a prayer. Doubt is for the weak.
And just
Faith with
hose you down.
Emperor.
Follow my lead.
What is that range? I don't know what that range is.
It will be done.
Missed. Okay.
Victory is imminent. Indeed. Time to redouble our efforts.
Everyone, step aside. I won't object to it. Let's see to it.
Organics damaged.
Yeah.
I cannot comply.
You can't see shit, huh? Oh, you can hit that.
Execute.
We can hook no.
Suits my purposes. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Already done. Suits my watch and learn. I'm always ready.
Okay,
It's about time.
let's climb up here. What do we have over here then? It says it's... Oh, we have a... Ooh, okay.
An expected result.
Whenever the wearer hits a demon or a psych with the first time in the combat, the target suffers 4 minus willpower and perception minus 1 psi rating under combat. Interesting.
Follow my lead.
What's this? Elixir of Warp Neutrality. Grants immunity to warp damage and inflicts...
The partially decomposed human body has been considerably disfigured, but you can still make out the signs of mutation on the rotting face.
Tattered journal.
This primitive journal is assembled from processed leaves and is covered in text scrawled in an uneven hand. During a quick perusal, you notice several entries without dates. Vidka says I am a psyker. A cursed one, like in old legends. When I learned the truth, I wanted to end it all on one last mission. But Vidka said that the God Emperor has a different design for me. The handbook says that psykers can reach out to other worlds. I must try. Atonement for the one. For me. I am trying, the God Emperor is my witness, I am trying. I draw the symbols I see in my dreams, I scream without words, but there is only silence in return. I thought it would be simple and easy, you call out, someone calls back. But I've waited 20 nights by the campfire now, and nothing. Vidka comes by sometimes to encourage me. She said next time she would bring something special. The extract worked. I'm not sure what Vidka put in it, but I fell asleep almost instantly, and in my dreams, I heard the call. A scream, a howl, a song, all at once. It answered my pleas, it heard me. All this time, I had been doing it all wrong. There is no atonement. Not for any of us. No one will answer us from the stars. What sang in my dreams came at my summons. It is the drover. The creature Isdreig warned us about. It is getting closer, slithering toward me, reaching out with its growths. I should have left when I learned I was a psyker. Vidka, if you read this, damn you. It was you who gave me hope, you who made me scream into the void, you who brought the drover to the cage. Only one thing remains for me now. To try and kill it before it reaches the cage. My final mission. The symbols on the ground hold no sorceress power. Their creator attempted to invoke both the God Emperor and the forces of the warp, but was ignorant of how to do either.
What's this? Thicket Slayer. Okay.
The air is suffocatingly thick with the spicy scent of spores. A modest-looking sarcophagus stands before you. At its base rests a desiccated corpse, clad in robes bearing an insignia.
Okay, inspect the body.
A cluster of flowers has bloomed across the remains of the unfortunate agent of the Golden Throne, having literally drained the last of his life fluids. A miraculously unscathed Vox scribe rests within his inner pocket. Most of the messages catalogued by the machine spirit have long since been erased from its memory, save for the last. Acolyte Watcher, Temple Cell. Attention from the locals has been avoided. We lost Acolyte's Keykeeper, Oculus, and Dusk. Bastion Cell has ceased all contact. Void Cell has gone in search of Bastion. A search of the subject's suspected burial site yielded no results. No body was found. It appears it was never buried. No traces of heresy requiring cleansing. We continue to search for traces of Siberian von Valancius and to purge possible new traces of his heresies. The next marker is the Xena ruins at the coordinates recorded in the Vox scribe's memory. Siberian reportedly surveyed them shortly before his death. Your ancestor's final resting place is so simple it would be an affront to the tastes of any rogue trader.
Open the sack.
The small plants clinging to the sarcophagus snap with soft, wet squelches as you move a surprisingly light lid. Inside, you see nothing but a gaping hollow. Neither your ancestor's body nor his legendary sword lie in the sarcophagus.
Okay.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Climb up and...
This rust-eaten Valkyrie with the emblem of the 32nd Merovingian Regiment is at least several centuries old.
Okay, we're going back to the cage. So a lot of the cages have actually disappeared.
The Merovingians surrounding you seem tense. Although you no longer feel any pressure in your head, they seem to still be suffering from the lingering effects of the drover's screech. Isdreig Batoshsky fixes you with an expectant look.
There in the depths, I discovered a the drover is dead.
We know, heir of Sebe Ryan. As soon as it died, we could all breathe a little easier.
There in the depths, I discovered a corpse.
Batoshsky watches you expectantly, like a beast coiled to spring. But the Captain Quartermaster's eye widens in terror, her lips silently mouthing. Don't.
No, Yeah, no, we're doing it. And over the journal, he was a psyker. Vedka was trying to get him to send an astral passage message.
Isdreek grinds his teeth with a sound that sends shivers down your spine. He keeps his heavy gaze fixed on your face, yet he addresses Dunovsky.
Captain Quartermaster Vitka Dunovsky, we will speak of this after the trial match, in private.
You see Vitka swallow the lump in her throat and barely manage to choke out.
As you command.
As it turns out, the Inquisition was on Sarkov and discovered their bodies.
What new blight is this? Wait, that word sounds familiar.
We have songs about the God Emperor's secret servants, but we would never have been able to recognize them. But why?
They're dead.
Batoshsky cuts her off.
What is dead is no longer a threat and can wait. We have more pressing matters.
I presume this isn't the ceremonial
Batoshsky
visit.
looks gravely at you, then nods to himself.
The time has come to renew our oath. We are going to the square now, and in the presence of the fallen and all my people, we shall face each other in the trial match.
Abelard studies Batoshsky's face intently.
A curious tradition. I trust you are fully aware of what will happen to you, and to your entire penal regiment, should the rogue traitor von Valancius suffer so much as a scratch.
Captain Dunovsky nods to you, then turns to the people gathered around.
Shotgunius von Valancius, heir to Seberian and our rightful ruler, has proven himself by slaying the drover. If a seed of doubt still lingers in your hearts, it is time to tear it out by the roots. Watch.
Let's settle this cleanly, shall we, Batovsky?
We'll see about that, heir of Seberian. I don't want you dead, but I'm not going to hold back.
A dense ring of people surrounds a platform suspended on chains. No one shouts any encouragement to you or the colonel. In grim, solemn silence, the Mayor of Irons keep their eyes on you and Batoshsky, armed with traditional knives. Captain Quartermaster Dunovsky's voice rings out crisp and clear, as if on parade.
For centuries, we have awaited this moment, hoping to witness it. And now we are here. We have survived, from the first call up unto our own. Tell us then, your lordship, do you revoke the final order of your most holy ancestor, Seberian?
Tell us then, your lordship, do you revoke the final and Serbian records of Vedka? It's not I, but Seberian himself who revokes it.
Hear me, guardsmen. Written by the hand of Seberian von Valancius himself, together with my heir they shall venture to the stars, serving as a blade and a shield to my successor.
The crowd's roar swallows her final words. With the grace of a predator, the colonel rolls from heel to toe.
Shall we have some fun, Lord Heir?
Toss the knife from hand to hand, distracted Batovsky.
When you strike, Batoshsky's reflexes do not fail him. Steel clashes against steel, throwing off sparks. Several slashing blows strike the colonel's body, but he pays them no heed. Batoshsky circles you, looking for a weakness in your defenses before striking. He remains utterly indifferent to the blood flowing from his wounds.
Shotgunius von Valancius, who descended from the stars, stands before us now, fighting for the right to command the 32nd Marif Regiment.
Vidka's voice rings out over the crowd.
Tell us, your lordship, what use have you for us?
For him to lead you towards glory.
A satisfied hum ripples through the crowd. Vidka thrusts her clawed hand into the air.
We are born for greater things, and our gratitude to the dynasty knows no bounds.
Your eyes catch the glint of Batoshsky's knife, coated in something greenish. The colonel has used the moment you spent answering Dunovsky to coat his knife in poison.
Like the colonel's swipe neck relying on immunity. Dodge. We're dodging this shit.
As if dancing, you dodge the slash. Isdreek howls like a maddened beast and unleashes a series of wild, sweeping strikes, exposing himself to an attack. Your counter-attack hits Batoshsky square in the chest. Any other man would have howled in pain, but the old soldier only lets out a raspy snarl, ignoring the bloody froth on his lips.
We will go to the stars. But what will you give us there, beyond this world, Shotgunius von Valancius?
Vidka's voice cracks.
I should give you an enemy you never faced before. I don't really have any high... I should give you new ways to serve the God Emperor.
Did you hear that? Serving the von Valancius dynasty promises us new feats of glory.
Darnowski's voice echoes between the ramshackle buildings. Eyes turn to you, full of open admiration. Isdreek spits blood and snarls. Now you understand why he resisted the drover's screams with such ease. The howl of the beast in his mind is far louder. With a roar, he lunges at you, locking you in a crushing embrace. The knife slips from your hand, clattering across the floor.
Find the pressure point on the Colonel's left ribcage and press hard down.
Pain racks Batoshski's body and, for the first time, he screams. Wildly, furiously, frantically. His grip loosens, and blood gushes from his wounds. The Colonel's strength fails him and he drops heavily to his knee. Whatever force drives him, it still keeps the old beast from falling, but he has no strength left to continue the fight. And yet he rises. He draws himself up to his full height, standing rigidly to attention. Blood-streaked and broken, he salutes you.
The trial match is over. I, Isdrig Batoshski, step down as commander of the 32nd Merov Penal Regiment. It's up to you now, your lordship.
The Colonel's body slumps to the floor. Silence falls over the platform.
The trial match is over. It is time for the oath. Your orders, Commander.
Tears glisten in Vidka's remaining eye.
Just get this over with already. Get this over with.
Captain Darnowski nods at you.
32nd Merov Regiment, to renew your oaths to the von Valancius dynasty, Faal in.
Warriors, in defense of his dominions, I'm the servant, shield, and hammer of the Imperium. My transgressions shall be atoned for in his service. I don't... Before his gaze, I swear to be true to my oath vow, to hold fast my courage in the face of all enemies of humanities, and to unflinchingly meet my death. And until Holy Terra calls me home, Shotgunius will be his voice until the God Emperor speaks, otherwise through the mouth of the Adeptus Ministerium.
So many call UPS later, and here it is, the oath, as written in the handbook. Our regiment has found its purpose and returned to duty. All that remains is for you to decide, your lordship, what to do with Zarkov and our regiment.
From now on, Zarkov is a colony of von Valancius Protectorate. And it's time I shall need a commander for my Sarconian troops, and the position of Arch-Militant also happens to be open. We're going with Arch-Militant, I think.
The newly sworn-in regiment stares at you, awaiting one of the first appointments in centuries.
Well done, Duhansky. Are you ready to go to the stars?
The captain's face beams with an inner light.
I've been preparing for this my whole life, Lord Captain.
From now on, Zarkov is a colony of von Valencia's protectorate, and it's time to appoint a governor.
The newly sworn-in regiment stares at you, awaiting one of the first appointments in centuries.
Choose someone who did not wish to leave Zarkov. Such a person would take care of their home better than anyone else, I'm sure.
It will be done, Lord Captain.
Finally time to get back to recap bath. All matters has been settled and the audience is over. Vigdis, send the shuttle.
Vigdis's voice is interrupted by static, but you can still make it out. Lord Captain, you're alive. An extraction team was already on its way to search for you. Transmitting your coordinates to their shuttles.
None shall stand in my way.
Is he... Did we kill him? Honestly, I'm kind of disappointed. I would have loved... to be fair, if you actually try to talk him out of it, you might actually be able to save him.
Every day it gets worse and worse.
It's about time.
I like the guy. I like the guy. Next time, absolutely try to actually save him. I'm a bit disappointed that it doesn't become like a real colony we can develop. Jungle World. No, it is a thing we can develop. Okay, great. Planting, Explorator Rep, Shotgunnias. Damage over time effects inflicted by the character deals willpower divided by 2 bonus damage. That is bonkers, honestly. Yep. Okay, so we have an orbital station, gives the Navy more. Okay, we have here improves that. Floiston, Fellowship of the Void. Okay, that's great. Heretical, Kaspalican. Nothing fancy in the prices. Complacency for all. Nothing super fancy in the prices either. Frontier Quest. This character. Int bonus divided deflection. That's bonkers. Oil grenades. Always cool with more grenades. That's a whole... Ooh. The wearer is immune to toxicity. Cannot fall prone or staggered. Additionally, their dodge penalty is reduced. However, the material of this bar is made from experience flammable. The wearer must make all tests to remove burning with a penalty -30. Suffering double burn damage. Upon taking fire damage, suffers 6 levels of burning. Ooh, but it's cool though. So this is one of those. Okay, this character's magnum wounds are increased by toughness bonus. That's really cool. Okay, what do we have here? Okay, so when the user is hit for the first time in a round, they gain character level. Okay, so This effect round. So every time you get hit, you get half your levels in temporary wounds for 1 round. And that's every round. Okay. This just gives plasteel and stuff like that. Duration rep. So nothing super fancy. But damn, there's some good stuff in here. Imperialis. That one only for this one. Okay. But this one is probably the best one here. Out of everything, this one might actually be best.
You command the search for the Xena ruins located at the coordinates in the Vox scribe found near the sarcophagus, yet the augurs fail to penetrate the tangle of colossal roots. If the coordinates are indeed correct, it can only be confirmed by sending scouts. The scouts report a lengthy search for a safe passage to the given coordinates. The predatory Xenoflora greets these uninvited guests with poison and thorns. The Vox scribe spoke true. Deep beneath, nestled at the base of the roots, lie bizarre Xenos structures. Alas, gaining entry has proved impossible. The entrance to the Xena ruins is entangled in roots so dense that even a melter charge has failed to breach them. You command the governor of Zakov to clear the thickets blocking the path to the site where your legendary ancestor perished. All you can do now is wait.
Wait for high factotum to deliver news. Okay, fair enough.
The Medici teams from the lower decks reported the appearance of a dense purple fog that causes people to develop mutant deformities. Short tentacles. Led by the preachers of the ecclesiarchy, the voidsmen gathered for a mass prayer as the priests chanted holy verses to banish the corruption. Some of the more severely infested crew members failed to endure the celebration of the God Emperor's glory and perished
Okay. Because that is... We have, space battle... Where am I? I'm here, okay. What do we have here? Promethium. Don't mind if I do. That's halfway done.
Lord Captain, there has been a tragedy on Darganus. Governor Drivestam has been dedicating most of his time to restoring the astropathic choir lost to the warp storms. But the psychers he assembled were struck by an unknown affliction. They heard something, and it cast them into madness.
Okay.
The astropaths lost sleep. I have received complaints that Governor Drivestam has devastated. We could also try getting by with the who knows? The schemes of heretics from the cult of the Final Dawn. The treacherous magic of the Xenos. Perhaps it was a planned diversion, or perhaps astropaths are among the most finely trained servants in the Imperium, who have beheld the light of the Emperor himself and gained a special bond with our master. I strongly advise the rogue trader to recruit only sanctioned psychers who are... Your lordship, Lady Theodora not only had enemies in the Expanse, but friends as well. Those whom she helped out, rescued, and saved.
Okay.
There are a lot of psychers on my home planet Lyra, Lord Captain. Do you know why? There, we are not despised, persecuted, or enslaved on the black ships. There, we are sheltered from raids, educated, and respected. Of course, it's all done in secrecy from outsiders, but I can suggest which rulers to contact. Maybe the von Valancius family name will be enough to make a deal and obtain a better trained group of astropaths than some criminal rabble.
I'm counting on you, Hendrix.
You will get your astropaths. A wave of armed skirmishes and detentions swept across the expanse. Ships carrying powerful captives have brought the new astropathic choir to Darganus. Not even the most influential rulers could resist the fearsome agents of the... There has been no recurrence of the disastrous astropathic madness, but the new astropaths have all reported hearing strange whispers ever since their first day on the planet.
People, complacency. Okay. Kivagama is gone, done. Janus is done. Dragonus is soon done. Veabus is getting worked on. And Sarkov is just started. I kind of like the fact that they added a new planet though. A new colony planet. That has to be one of the things that actually surprises me and actually makes me really stoked. Yeah, I'm easily stoked, let's put it that way, yeah.
The planet, riddled with huge tunnels, resembles an anthill of gigantic proportions. Even looking down on the eerie landscape chills the blood. The ship's augers do not detect any... The entire surface of the planet is lifeless grey rock, but the atmosphere is breathable without a void suit. The scouts wander through the huge, empty tunnels for a long time, sending infrequent and mostly uneventful reports back to the bridge, until communication with one of the first groups is cut off. The Vox simply can no longer pick up the right frequency.
Dispatched an armed squad to the missing group's location.
The armed soldiers nearly shoot the missing team members who come out to meet them. They also report that inside these tunnels are the remains of a camp, apparently belonging to an Imperial expedition. For several kilometers ahead, the tunnels are filled with time-worn fortifications and ancient weapons and equipment as fragile as glass. The scouts are surprised to find several hastily assembled stone barrows. The people who spent time in these tunnels have probably already found everything they wanted, buried their dead, and left the planet.
The user gain 1+ stack of anti-grav shards for each cell they move. When the number of stacks on the user becomes the agility bonus. All of them are removed and they gain 1 potential energy. At the end of their turn, they suffer slowed until the end of combat. The user immediately gain int bonus movement points. Potential energy. Okay. Cargo. That's a ton of cargo. Okay.
Our augurs seem to have gone mad, Lord Cap'n. Every reading contradicts the next, and their data is in disarray. Either this is some new anomaly, or someone really does not want to be found. This is how Asuriani cloaking systems work, Ellen Tatch. The ships of my people are unwilling to make contact with outside observers. I believe there are good reasons for this. I have seen such missives before. Typically, they were followed by frightened reports of Aldrai attacks. Be cautious. Xenos, Aldrai in particular, like to hide their dark deeds behind such technology, Shireen. Why don't we take a peek at them?
Try to contact them.
After a few long seconds, an inhumanly melodic voice answers you. Do not come any closer, Monkey. You must not interfere in our search. The ancient enemy lies dormant, but we shall find him and claim our revenge. Leave now or we will be forced to attack.
What are you seeking revenge for?
For the demise of a great warlord, who once clashed with the enemy in this very sector. Cain himself deigned to guide his hand, bestowing his own sword upon him. Yet, even that was not enough.
I have no desire to face this ancient enemy, whoever it is. How may I help you?
Leave, monkey. The Aldry's voice is matter of fact.
It seems I'm looking to find the same sword.
I will not let that happen. Zeno's vessels appear out of the void.
Why? I'm actually working up to have a fleet now. I have 3 ships.
Enemy contact! All hands make ready to unleash our fury!
Okay, what the fuck is going on? Let's increase the range on you. Take a few hits there. And then we are... Okay. Do a reload. And something like that. The big ship disappeared, so I presume we're going to have to deal with more of him because we said we wanted the sword. Goodbye, my friend. I can't get any shots more in that range. It's not enough. Let's not waste anything. There we have it. Oh, it was stealth. $89, 120. Okay, fair enough. stop fucking flipping out. Where? What is in here? 282. Yep.
I am quite tired of this pointless commotion. Let us return to matters of genuine import.
We did it!
Are they going to negotiate? Nope. They just fucking ran off. Okay. This system is also explored. Okay. So we are warping over here. We're good, right?
Enemies of humanity have been spotted aboard the ship. Warp beasts have enthralled the crew in charge of...
It is really interesting to think about, huh? The fact that this DLC actually does a fair amount for damage over time builds. I was not really expecting that, honestly.
Take a knee and bow before me.
Pain and duty go hand in hand. Death to the weak.
Too bad I never leave debts unpaid.
I don't have time for this.
Are you fucking with me? Really?
Just a minor setback.
That has to be one of the most annoying things overall.
Abelard.
I am your blade and shield, as it's caught by the web.
Out of my way!
The road take you.
I know, Omasek would be better.
I needed that.
I can do that, with the right incentive.
I'll do it. I will endure.
Mistakes were made, huh?
As the Emperor commands, I act. I refuse. I'll do it. Blessed be the hand of the heathen. As the Emperor is why I was chosen. I'll do it.
You've got a problem. I've got a prize.
Enjoy your luck while you still draw breath.
For the throne's glory.
The warp is playing tricks on us.
But I did not understand.
Captain. Naturally. For the throne's glory.
Blasphemous breath of undeath.
Go on, beast. Do my bidding.
Okay.
Pain and duty go hand in hand. At your beck and call. I will do my duty.
My faith shields me. As the Emperor escapes the Emperor's judgment.
Okay. That has to be one of the worst one I could have done. But yeah.
I'll do it.
No. No.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Doubt it.
Okay, good.
I serve the ruinous powers. I won't go down easy.
Nothing I can nowhere to hide. Suits my purposes. Already. Not a problem for me. Nothing of value has been lost.
I will not die in dishonor. I will leave footprints of scarlet. The shadows will see it done. As honor ordains. I shall not fail.
Okay. You got 11 bleeds from that. That's great.
Trust me.
Is that my blood? A moving target lives longer. Tell me, and it is done. Don't get going somewhere.
No crit. Too bad.
You jest, sure. I can do that with the right incentive.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave.
I dodge that way, and I get...
Faith.
Nice.
Scorn the pain. I'll put my psychic abilities to use. I won't go down easy.
God Emperor, shield us from this witchcraft.
I won't have your reckoning is due.
At your, I took care of this one.
Pain cleanses the body.
Okay, good. That
When the faithful are
means
idle,
we can get out of here. We are wrapping up. We have a ton of reputation for pretty much every single faction. That pissed me off, honestly. The fact that I de-equipped my weapon. Where's my sniper rifle? I'm going to be miffed. They deleted my sniper rifle. Really? Really now? That's just fucking rude. Yeah, they removed my fucking sniper rifle. Okay. Xenos, heretical. Yeah. Ranged weapon, ranged weapon, ranged weapon. Are you fucking kidding me? Really? Let's try to think through this in a calm and sensible manner.
Lord Captain. Zakov is reporting a serious situation on the planet. The flora and fauna of the world have gone mad, attacking settlements with even greater force. The frenzy is blamed on a massive onslaught of beasts the report calls the drovers, and the piercing wails they emit. Your Lordship. It is time to go on the offensive. Now, under the banner of von Valancius and in the shadow of the Aquila's wings, we are ready to turn Zakov into a full-fledged world of the Imperium.
Do we know what has riled up the drovers?
Negative, Lord Captain. We are operating solely on the Colonel Governor's theories. Perhaps you enraged the pack by slaying the drover beneath the cage, or it could be some planetary cycle we know nothing about. The dynasty's servants on Zakov have already begun investigating, but that will take time and won't resolve the current situation. We must act without delay.
Has such mass occurrence of xeno beasts ever happened before?
No, Your Lordship. The Colonel Governor stated that there is no mention of such a phenomenon in the annals of the 32nd Merif Regiment. This is the Zakov colony's first experience of this. That's not quite true. There is evidence that the planet was far more dangerous in the months after the first call-up landed. No one was carrying out any comprehensive surveys at that time, of course, or, at least, they didn't share them with the regiment. But after that, everything settled down. Now the appearance of the God Emperor's chosen ones has struck terror into Zakov's Xena curse. That must be it.
Does my retinue have anything to say in the matter?
Why send soldiers to their deaths when Xena heresy can be purged by righteous flames? But we cannot burn recklessly, as the roots will ignite in an instant and the wildfire will quickly get out of control. We must trap the beasts between two fires, so that the backburn incinerates them and then burns itself out. Every arbitrator knows how to hold a bastion of loyalty to the Imperium during planet-wide cataclysms. Hunkering down will result in a grueling siege, while a head-on counterattack will cause unnecessary losses. We need a shrewder approach. We'll move a portion of the populace into fortified areas to serve as bait for the beasts, while our assault teams flank the enemy and weaken them with targeted strikes.
Sister Argenta, show Merovians how to properly burn out the single heresy.
In the name of the God Emperor and humanity, your lordship. And his blessed fire shall rain down upon the enemies of humanity. Controlled surges of fire scorched miles of routes, turning them to ash along with the shrieking drovers. A few settlements had to be lost, yet countless lives were saved through Sister Argenta's astute plan. The surviving drovers crawled back, to brood over their injuries in the dark of their lairs. Your lordship, a theory has emerged about what caused this. The dynasty's agents have investigated and discovered a strange signal that we cannot decipher or locate. However, it seems to affect the nervous system of these drovers in some way, driving them into a rage. Alas, that is all we know for now.
I'm going back down there, because, yeah, that's annoying. I lost actually a really good weapon. Of course I'm going to be annoyed by that.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Lord Captain. Stay vigilant, your lordship. Your lordship, it is an honor to meet with you personally, Lord Captain. Nothing out of the ordinary to delay you, your lordship.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Okay, we're going back to the Void Bridge. I'm wondering if it has disappeared into some other inventory or something like that, but it's really annoying that fact that it just went poof. To the captain's quarters. I want to see if it's somewhere here. We have the vault. Vault doesn't have anything. It should be here somewhere. Okay. 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 Level up, loot, rarity. Open mass loot window. Search and pick. Archetype buffs, equipment. Fire grenade. Trap dagger. Is ranged. Autogun. shot lasts. Or a fire bolt pistol? What the fuck? Character filter echo. Plato. Armor. Bolter. Jurgens might be. It is bigger weapon. It is one of the. It is one of the weapons. It is a weapon. It is ranged weapon. It comes from. Blueprint trash item. Okay. Hit create to Selma. Okay, so I can't add. This is stuff I already have myself, I presume. Terrors, Imperial. No, it's not stuff I have myself. Okay. We got it from...
The high factotum Janris Dan.
We got it from here, right? That's what we did, yeah? It is... I can't even report it because I noticed it too late. Okay, fair enough.
The high factotum Janris Danroke greets you with a cool smile and the merest hint of a bow.
As you wish, as your lordship commands.
Take several steps forward. Examine the servitors. Step away from the servitors. Demand a report. Blah blah blah. Examine the servitors. Ordered one of the servitors to be disassembled. Dispose of the servitors so human soul may be released. Yep. At least the shotgun survived, which is more of a core part in my build than the sniper rifle, but the fact that the sniper rifle disappeared is really annoying. Rate of fire 4, ranged 8. What is your range? 3. Okay. Maximum 6. Maximum 16. Sworn Protector. 10 to 13. 11, 9 to... Okay. I want a sniper rifle. I don't know which one I should pick now. These last guns are decent, but they don't have the 50% critical damage. That's why I don't want to pick these ones. This one has the critical damage, but I kind of... Ah, you know what? You know what?
The high factotum Janris Danroke greets you with a cool smile and the merest...
Shipping... Explorators, nope. You don't have anything interesting. Doroloso, you're already done. Imperial Navy. We got on that one, so that's good. Where were you? Where were you? You were there. You're not going in there. That's for sure. You're actually an interesting weapon. What's going on? The roar is the one we're going for, I guess. Add the cargo. Add the cargo. Add the cargo. Okay. What does that actually go on? That goes on ballistic skill. Okay. Each time they choose an ally or themselves to be the target of an ability, this effect remains until the end. Okay. Fellowship of the Void gone up as well. Oak Shield. Do we have anything here? Sword. I am just wrapping up everything right now. Backpack to wear gains +1 rate of fire and counts for any weapon capable of burst attacks. Two-handed. Okay, yeah, that's the two-handed one. There is nothing super fancy for you. It's maybe this one, I guess, but other than that, nothing really. How are you on the stats now, though? That's what I want to know. You are... I do like the fact that I'm pretty much made a ridiculous healer now. Would be interesting to see... What is that? That is... Okay, so we can't actually get that. Single attack target. If the user moved during the turn, gain 1 attack simulacrum. Oh yeah, that's the add extra copies pretty much. Whenever the target dodges the user's attack, not interested. Whenever the target dodges the user's attack, the next, not interested. Calculated int instead of that, okay. I do like the healing one though. I do really like that. What is this actually going on? That is character level divided by 6. Okay, and that is... character level divided by 8. So this one is just a better version of it. Okay. See, if you add... that's actually really interesting. That might be... I'm going some kind of executioner next time, I think, but what kind I'm thinking about now. Our build is working. We cannot complain about our build, that's for sure. We are wrecking house. Still salty about the fact that the fucking sniper rifle disappeared. Okay. We need to go get to Footfall because Foulstone. I don't really care about this. I'm just going to do that.
Lord Cap, the enforcers await your orders. The ring of steel in Jocasta Sourback's tone eloquently signals her readiness for battle. Give the order, and all those troublemakers will be immediately subdued.
Lord Captain reported insect bionica. The rabble from the lower deck have blocked the exit and demanding that you appear before them. I will go down and visit and hear what the people have to say.
As you will.
The fact that I didn't need to take a combat crew with me, this is going to be a conversation thing, and not more than that, I hope.
The noisy procession, smelling of sacred unguents and sweat, falls silent as soon as you appear. Those at the head of the crowd step forward, one of them waving the wrapped stump of his right arm, while another gawps at you with his one eye. The Medici officers, shielded by a line of enforcers, also stare in your direction.
Lord Captain, you came.
The one-eyed man hesitates and bows awkwardly.
We have a request. A petition. To authorize the augmentation of workers below the rank of junior officer in the sector Bionica due to the need to increase the efficiency of the workforce.
He blurts out the obviously memorized words in a rapid stream, then adds peevishly.
The vermin don't want to give us iron arms and legs. But we just want to work, for the good of you and the God Emperor.
To beg for respite from the fate chosen for them since birth? Perhaps we should hold up the Sisters of the Order of the Valorous Heart as an example. They do not even permit the dulling of pain during treatment of their wounds, no matter how grievous.
Argenta stops short, as if shamed by her own severity.
Yet, that comparison is unfair to common laborers. Perhaps they truly would benefit from some aid.
I want to hear your arguments. Why ought the worker to be granted access to the sacred implants?
The one-armed worker steps forward, pushing the one-eyed man aside.
One of the lads, a Voidsman soldier who got his skull crushed, came back to the lower decks after treatment not long ago. With his new metal head, he's working harder than ever. If they'd let us poor sods put some hardware in, we'd work even better than the healthy ones. We'd toil day and night for the good of the dynasty. The officers say it's not allowed, but you can do anything, even lift this ban. Be merciful, Lord Captain. The request is unacceptable. I predicted that augmenting the Voidsman soldier life form above the established baseline would cause the utility life forms to develop a distorted perception of their individual value, that is, irrationally inflated.
The hiss of the Janellus Vox can barely be heard over the murmuring of the crowd.
What do the experts on the Sector Bionica think?
Of course, such privileges for the lower decks are unprecedented. Yet these people are the lifeblood of the ship, Lord Captain, however low their standing in the social hierarchy. Allowing augmentation in the lower decks will enable workers to toil longer and will help older crew members remain of sound mind and pass on their experience to younger generations. I advise you to grant the request, it will only strengthen your crew. I insist upon rejection of the request. Augmentation is a sacred gift of the Omnissiah that requires careful monitoring and maintenance. The Sector Bionica's resources are finite and, as such, our focus must be on servicing the key life forms among the crew. Violating the established directive and wastefully distributing the gift of augmentations among the unworthy would be an outrage to the Omnissiah and barely tolerated by the tech priests aboard this vessel.
I've come to a decision. I will allow augments.
The faces of the crowd brighten. The vivisector breathes a sigh.
I thank the God Emperor every day for sending us such a merciful ruler.
There is no escaping the satisfied look the vivisector gives the Janella.
Victory awaits.
Okay. Does he actually have anything more to say now after this?
What brings you?
Nope.
Take care of yourself, Lord Captain.
The cover of the book is coated in a thick layer of dust. The pages are filled with cramped writing, along with blots, crossings out, and sweeping underlines that reveal the owner's passionate nature. All I can be certain of is that the portion of my designs that most of my retinue would consider overly bold will not leave the confines of these chambers. It is rather amusing that this personal laboratory has ultimately become a secret sanctuary, to whose walls I can tell most of my ideas and research. At times, I sense that the esteemed Exalt 117 is entirely aware of its existence, but the Archmagus has always possessed that rare combination of human qualities, a sense of tact coupled with the ability to keep others' secrets. The stream of thought is cut short. The next page of the diary has been ripped out. The siege is over. But it takes more than a single battle won to snuff the flames of war. They are showering me with their artless praise, they are lauding me as the savior of the dynasty. The remaining pages of the diary are utterly untouched. Perhaps the cogitator in the Palace of Darganus, mentioned in the last entry, can tell you more about this mysterious Siberian von Valancius and his life's journey.
Freight line. Fuck, it's almost 11 o'clock. Time just disappears when I play this game, huh? Warship Bridge. We're doing the Foulstone. We're doing the Foulstone thing before we call it. That is the last thing we're doing today.
Lord Captain, I humbly request an audience with you. Proctor Anthar is interfering with the crew and is demanding to see all the archival records of fugitive criminals we have ever received from the Imperial Navy. The matter is urgent. If you please, Lord Captain.
I will meet with you both immediately.
You.
For fuck's sake.
Your Lordship, Proctor Anthar is interfering in the work of the crew. And as for his dog...
Victis pauses, shifting her gaze to the cybermastiff and...
That's wrong.
Allow me to explain. The Vox Master tried to pet Glado.
As a result, I had to step away.
I already apologized. In any case, what happened was the expected outcome from unauthorized contact with a living weapon of the Adeptus Arbits.
Victis, did you try to pet Glado?
I didn't.
This is the first time you have ever seen the Vox Master so agitated.
I did not try to pet him. It is not customary to keep such cyber beasts on a void ship, Lord Captain. This is my first encounter with such a creature. That, Glado, it was following me all over the bridge.
And you decided to interfere with his work protocol.
Victis casts Solomon a cold glance before continuing.
I had studied the archives and found mention of a ritual to establish contact that...
You are literally talking about bribery. A pointless act. Cybermastiffs cannot be bribed, and neither can arbitrators.
Solomon, stop interrupting at once.
The Proctor nods briefly.
Solomon, why are you sabotaging the work of the crew?
I was compelled to intervene as Glado had intercepted a suspicious signal. The encrypted message contained the words heresy and fugitive. I managed to trace the signal back to the Vox Master's workstation. I needed to dispatch Glado on a reconnaissance mission, to obtain new evidence and...
In other words, you sent the beast to follow me.
I questioned the crew in the Vox Master's absence and established that the wanted bulletins sent by the Imperial Navy were being completely ignored. I suspect that Senior Officer Toliman is abusing your trust.
What do you have to say, Victis?
Victis presses her hands together.
Reports of fugitive criminals, which number in the hundreds, are of low priority. What's more, I know that Lord Captain Theodora was most adamant on the matter. If you forgive me, her exact words were, "We are not grok-stamped bounty hunters." The Proctor would know that if he had brought his questions to me rather than interrogating astropaths and comms officers. As for the Vox transmissions, the frequency used by the senior officers is encrypted. I informed the staff of the situation regarding the Voidsman who was earlier brought before you on the bridge for trial. Need I remind you, Lord Captain, that Proctor Anthar has no authority to access transmissions conducted by the senior officers of the rogue trader's flagship, not to mention that the signal was unlawfully intercepted?
Solomon, what are you suggesting?
Your flagship is untouchable for external inspections because of its high status, and criminals are taking advantage of that. So you need an internal audit. You need to pull up the archives of wanted bulletins and double-check the crew records. That is the only way to identify and eliminate potential threats to you.
This is madness for a ship whose officer corps alone comprises hundreds of people. The work hours that would be required for such an audit.
There was a runaway behind.
No, Lord Captain. He was not on the list of wanted criminals in the Coronis Expanse. I assume it is because of the relative insignificance of the heresies he was accused of by the Calician authorities. Perhaps Proctor Anthar had information to which the Imperial Navy...
Victis and Solomon look at you expectantly.
Solomon... Solomon, you will grant access to the archives and lead an audit. On my crew.
As you command, rogue trader.
Okay. Can we get to Foulstone now? Before we get interrupted by a random event again.
Your Lordship, the esteemed Genelephans requests a Vox audience. It concerns Manipulus Febras and the experiments he is conducting in... The Genella speaks rapidly, his words almost merging into an indistinct buzz. Lord Captain, operations in the sector Bionica have practically stalled. Genella Extremis Iogun Febras is unilaterally experimenting with the implantation throne, drawing the motive force from the compartment circuitry and thereby hindering proper administration of the augmentation rite.
I'll head there immediately.
We will be waiting.
Fuck's sake. That's what I get for saying. We just do Foulstone and then call it for the night, of course. What in the actual fuck are you up to?
The implantation throne stands before you in all its glory, illuminated with discharges of the motive force. A massive body is laid out upon it, and it takes you a moment to recognize it as Iogun.
Okay.
Nuncius, I am in complete agreement that any interference with the function of the galvanic abdomen will lead to acute hypertension, but I have the situation perfectly under control. A fatal outcome has been excluded as a possibility.
Iogun stares intently at the vid screen attached to his neck. All his body cavities have been carefully opened. You watch the crimson-pink lump of his augmented heart as it beats in his chest, and you see the faint flickering of his galvanic cell through the whitish film of his peritoneum.
Yes, Nuncius, I am sure. Now propitiate the motive force with the offering of the second galvanic hymn. Conducting the rite of voltage multiplication. 10%, steady. 20%.
Iogun's eyelids close, and his head drops limply onto his chest. A moment passes, and the Janella draws a shuddering breath and startles back to consciousness.
20%, hypertension, momentary loss of consciousness. The motive force is surging uncontrollably, additional portocaval shunts are required to propitiate it and compensate for the excess pressure? Well, then. You were right, Nuncius. Abdominal extraction is impossible, this is an incontrovertible fact.
Should you break yourself, I will not fix you.
I appreciate your concern, rogue trader, but the experiment is completely under control. Moreover, Nuncius is carefully monitoring my condition. If you will excuse me, I will be able to continue our conversation in just a moment.
Several manipulators dive inside Iogun's gaping abdomen, extracting from its depths a small lump of maroon-colored flesh. You see the Janella's skin rapidly pale to parchment white. The only thing now keeping him conscious are the discharges of motive force crackling through his body.
Splenic extraction, Nuncius, this is, truly, fascinating. Blood flow has slowed, the load on the main arteries has fallen dramatically. I classify my current condition as pre-mortem. Viability minimal.
Your method are highly original, Jean. What experiment are you conducting?
I am currently engaged in a study of determinacy in the existence of amalgam individuals. Your presence will no doubt enliven the discussion my dearest colleague and I are having as I work. You have caught Nuncius and me about halfway through our disputation.
Determines in alignment. Wait, is this related to your previous experiment?
Naturally. This is part of my path on the quest for knowledge, just as the creation of Triasomata was, but I have taken a different approach in my current experiment.
What knowledge are you seeking? Does this warrant self-excavation?
I am seeking the limit, rogue trader. The limit that Ferrum Sanctum can withstand, but living tissue cannot. I am trying to perceive the extent to which reverse augmentation can be accomplished without killing the recipient. And I myself, as the bearer of a large number of implants, am the ideal specimen.
Why would you reverse someone's augmentation?
The gifts of the Omnissiah come at a price, one that not everyone can pay. Their machine spirits can rage and reject the flesh with which they have been joined, causing pain or even indescribable agony. Sometimes the only way to end it is to extract the augment, which often carries the risk of death. My objective is to find a way to mitigate this.
Okay.
A highly unusual goal for a tech priest. In the eyes of the servants of the Omnissiah, human life rarely outweighs the value of augments. Something must have propelled him down this path in the past.
The work of the Sector Bionica is suffering because of your research.
Oh, as soon as I obtain the answers to my questions, I will rise from this throne and restore the motive force to the compartment, rest assured. And now I beg another pause, rogue trader, I must excavate the heart implant. Nuncius, kindly monitor the functioning of the atrioventricular node, if you would.
One of the flexible mechadendrites dives deep into Iogun's chest, carefully extracting the augmented heart. The throne's machine spirits instantly erupt in a cacophony of alarms. You count no less than 30 beats of your own heart before the pulsing organ is returned to its owner's chest. The ashen shadow of death slowly leaves Iogun's face.
Praise the Omnissiah. Nuncius, this is what we've been searching for. A 30-second interval is optimal for removing the organ without causing dysfunction.
It is impossible to tell whether the servo skull shares his colleague's excitement.
Risks of a fatal outcome? The risks are negligible when what is at stake is crossing the limit of death itself. Both of my attempts to create a triosomata have failed, and so it is necessary to apply a different methodology.
He turns his clouded gaze to you.
Your thoughts on this matter interest me greatly, my colleague, so let them flow freely.
Wait, you mentioned 2 attempts? There was another trisoma?
Deftly deduced from my deliberate vagueness in my last thesis.
Iogun tries to smile, but winces in pain as the throne's manipulators, obeying the will of the ancient machine spirit, begin to return all the extracted implants to their previous positions.
You are correct, the one you and I created was the second attempt. The first was the starting point that whetted my thirst for the mysteries of the machine that is the organic body. A most fascinating story, Nuncius's telling of it most engaging.
Nuncius's account remains a mystery to you, safely hidden behind the grin of your interlocutor. His energy flagging, Iogun sighs.
Yes, Nuncius, perhaps the story is indeed too long for our current circumstances. But enough of the lyrical digressions. I have since made significant progress in understanding the wisdom of the Omnissiah, and the failure of both triosomia procedures will remain merely another setback on the path to comprehension.
Elaborate on your thesis, Iogun. Why is vanquishing death so important to you?
Because if a machine as functional and multifaceted as the human organism ceases to exist, all practical meaning of it is destroyed.
Iogun's large hands grip the edges of the implantation throne, their knuckles white.
And I have dared to fathom ways of prolonging life precisely to preserve that meaning. The operational limits of organics can be overcome, the annihilation of flesh and mind averted, and function raised to the absolute. Death is what sustains the Imperium, this is true.
He glances at the servo skull.
But life is what propels it forward. This is an incontrovertible fact.
I would like to hear Nuncius.
The servo skull is silent as always.
Yes, dearest colleague, you are certainly correct in asserting that death is the natural and inevitable cessation of life processes.
The Janella presses his lips together.
But is that not why the Omnissiah granted us the gift of reason and the ability to comprehend existence, so that we humans would submit to the natural way of things? You accept death as a fact, but I believe such fatalism is incomprehensible to a servant of the Omnissiah. Do not machines strive for eternity in his image and likeness?
Shall I readily share my thoughts?
Iogun nods briskly, sparing a look at the lines of data running across the data slate. The mechadendrites, bristling with needles, begin to rapidly stitch together the wounds on his body.
It's not worth it. You can try to prolong the existence indefinitely, but after a certain point, such existence can scarcely be called life.
Iogun frowns, pensively tugging at a piston on his beard.
You differentiate between the concepts of life and survival? But where do you draw the line? Can anything outweigh the desire to live at all costs? I admit, I have not considered the question from such a perspective, but your strength of will impresses me. Perhaps I should show some fortitude as well, and consider my hypothesis from a different angle.
A triumphant binary hymn pouring out of the implantation throne's vox transmitters interrupts the manipulus's musings, signaling the completion of the procedure. Iogun's antigrav generator stirs to life once more, and the Janella floats smoothly into the air. It appears that the gory experiment he just performed on himself has had no catastrophic consequences. Nuncius rises after him, a silent shadow.
And so, the experiment is complete, and I deem the outcome wholly satisfactory.
Iogun folds his arms over his sizable stomach, giving you a polite bow.
Thank you for your so timely arrival, rogue traitor. You have given me food for thought that will occupy my unquiet mind for a long time to come, and will surely grant me many revelations in the future. Now I must return to the laboratory and discuss the results in detail with Nuncius.
Love for the comments to be just clean up after yourself, please.
It's about time.
Voyager Bridge. Can we make it faster? Fucking hilarious. Okay. Visit and off to Firestone we go, because it was Firestone, yeah. Zarkov.
Lord Captain, the mines of Veerbos 6 are once again in turmoil.
Yep.
The overseers have managed to isolate the rebels inside the mining facilities, but an assault would result in high loss. Shireen, if the governor and a pack of overseers cannot handle their duties, should they not take the place of their wards? And could there not? A mob of commoners mauled a noble soul who was attempting to reason with them. How awful. Perhaps the underground madness has spread among them and I don't care about the overseers, the convicts, or their problems. What bothers me is the dead bodies. Who left them? That is the important question. The traces of death are like an open book to a disciple of the web. A skilled spinner can go to the mines and reveal what brought death to the convicts.
In mind, untouched against. Revelation. All allies gained. Scene on floor divided. Dodge percentage. Okay. Hydra. Keen mine as well. Scourge of the Abyss. Critical hit. Lose complacency. Okay. Lose complacency. Gain efficiency. Punish the whole prison. Mercy of the Fallen. I am thinking... Yeah, I think we're going with this.
To serve Veerbos 6 and... Upon carefully inspecting the dead bodies of the convicts, the overseers concluded that they had not been killed by a human. No known weapon could have inflicted such wounds. The investigation did not yield anything to help identify the party behind the murders that had sparked the riot. Level MD Zeta /05 has been sealed.
And off to Firestone we go.
The Adeptus Administratum has mired the colony in a mind-numbing appraisal process, the completion of which continues to be delayed.
Accelerates with
the Adeptus Administratum indignantly rejects the bribe. The evaluation procedure is delayed for another 2 months.
Okay. That is going to be it for today. I'm going to sit down and see if I can pretty much clone in that weapon. But that's going to be it for me today. Good night, everyone.